All right, so I'm going to call the first meeting of the Judiciary Committee in this new session to order. And first, would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I want to welcome everyone to the new session year and to the Judiciary Committee. I guess what I'd like to do first, and I know this will be because for the returning members, this will be kind of old hat. You've heard it all before, but I think it would be helpful for the new members, and maybe as a just a little refresher for all of us. Since some of us are getting a little bit advanced in years, and we might have a senior moment from time to time. So, so what I'm going to ask us to do first is for everyone to tell us who you are and sort of why you're here. That is why you decided on the Judiciary Committee. And I'll start, and then I'll ask the vice chair and the ranking member to go next, and from that, after that, we'll kind of go around the room. So my name is Bob Lynn. I'm a representative from Wyndham. This is my third term. I'm a Republican. In terms of why I'm here, I have some interest in things dealing with the judiciary in particular, since I spent a fair amount of time as a judge in New Hampshire. And in terms of my interests this year. A lot of the things that I'm interested in and bills that I have drafted, I've proposed bills on, are actually not before the Judiciary Committee. I have a couple of things that I think are pretty important before election law. I have one or two that I think are going to go to education. And then I do have some here, including one dealing with end-of-life options that I know Representative Smith is a co-sponsor on. And there are some other ones that I have here, some dealing with the right to know law. There that are designed to correct areas that I think need to be corrected in the right to know law. As some of you may know, particularly the people who are here, or last time, we had a number of right to know bills. Last time, I think we made some pretty good progress, but there's some stuff yet to be done. So that's it for me. Representative Mannion?
Thank you. Representative Dennis Mannion from Salem. This is my second term, and I was asked earlier this year if I would come over here and be vice chair. I came over from criminal justice and public safety. I did 30 years in law enforcement, 8 of those years as a police prosecutor. Not a lawyer, just a 2-week course, and you go prosecute crimes. Some of my interests here are mostly criminal justice related, so I filed a few bills that are going to go through that committee on assaulting police officers and false reports, and another one on being able to get firearms back quicker if they're taken for by the court for any reason, restraining order or criminal bail protective order. I guess it's quite a long time before you're able to have a firearm back, but you're not able to. The court doesn't move quick enough. So those are some of the bills that I have filed. I guess that's about it for me, and I hope my experience helps in this committee. There are some areas I'm not experiencing, but there are some that I am. So that's it. Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee. My name is Marjorie Smith. This is my 14th term. I'm looking around, and I'd like to say that I began before many of you were born, and I think it's only one of you who wasn't born in 1996. No?
No, I was 2.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad. That's why I can accept your judgments, Representative Alexander. My time in the legislature has been divided between finance and judiciary. And you will see that you can take the girl off finance, but you can't take finance out of the girl, because I frequently pay attention to those issues. In terms of bills that I filed personally, I don't think that's really necessary to talk about here. what I want to talk about is that this is a very, very important committee. It deals with significant life and death issues, and it also deals with what I think of as core principles of what at least used to be the state of New Hampshire philosophy, and that is the importance of personal privacy and the importance of accountability as we see it through right to know. So those are issues that I care about completely. I am nonpartisan. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat, but in terms of my function in the committee, it is nonpartisan. And I look to learn a lot from all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, so that together we can get as close as we can to move ourselves forward. And I'm really glad to work with my old friends and people who will now be my new friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morton? Okay, I guess we'll go around this way.
Sure. Representative Morton, from Jonathan Morton from Manchester. I got involved in this, the Judiciary Committee, because, I believe that we are a country of law and order, and at the same time, we're a country of freedom, and there has to be a great balance between those two things. And I do have as well a number of family and friends that have either currently or were at one time in law enforcement. Actually, one of the people that helped start the Comfort Dog program for the police departments in the state, and that's about it.
Great, terrific. Thank you, Representative Horgan.
So my name is Timothy Horgan. Like Representative Smith, I'm from Stratford County, District 10, which is the town of Durham, and I've been on this committee. This is my 7th term, and then there's an 8th term I was on a committee that doesn't exist anymore, which kind of overlapped the work of this committee. So I guess I came back because I want to preserve, the rule of law and our personal freedoms. So and I don't think any of the bills I've introduced, sponsored or co-sponsored, will end up in this committee, but I did sponsor a perennial bill, which is now over in the new housing committee, one of the many perennial landlord-tenant bills that come back year after year. So I'll be seeing actually Representative Alexander over there because he's has a dual role. He's on that committee too. So so even though we don't have those landlord-tenant bills to do anymore, I'm sure our work will expand to fill the time available to do it. So that hopefully I'll mostly look forward to doing it. So thanks.
No, I should say just before I get to Representative Tripp, just so you know, as I mentioned in the email, we are going to be hearing a presentation from Chief Justice McDonald and Ms. Cregan, the legal counsel for the judicial branch. They're doing criminal justice right now, as I understand it, and so they said they would get here as soon as they can. So when they get here, I will probably interrupt wherever we are so we can hear from them. Representative Tripp.
Good morning. My name is Richard Tripp. I am from Derry. This is my 4th term, my 2nd term in Judiciary. I got here as soon as I could. I spent probably 20 years serving on various municipal boards, but I think that gives me a little perspective on what's good and bad in our towns and cities. So, but I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to see everyone again. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Manos.
Thank you. I'm Zoe Manos. I'm from Stratham, which is near Portsmouth. I'm an attorney. I'm in my 2nd term and I'm an attorney. And so I love this committee. And I think everyone will find it's very collegial. We have strong differences of opinion, but we operated last term very collegially. And I think we will this term also. Issues that are important to me are domestic violence is extremely important to me, and the Death with Dignity bill is also very, very important to me. So I look forward to working on those issues and other issues with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Perez.
My name is Christine Perez. I am from Londonderry, New Hampshire, the same place that our Speaker of the House is from and the same place that our head of the Senate is from. This is my 2nd term. I was put on Judiciary, shocked to be put on Judiciary in my 1st term. Somebody said I was meant to be there, and I think I was, and I'm thrilled to be back again. I was put here by parents. Children and parents are a big stride of mine, and I also am a staunch believer in the First, the Second Amendment. And I did put in some bills for education. I put in several bills that constituents had asked for. So none for here, though. No- Oh, well, I am a co-sponsor on one here from this morning, and unfortunately, I don't think the sponsor will be here because his wife's in labor. So,
Okay, thank you. Representative Birch, you're up.
My name is Paul Birch. I reside in Westmoreland. If you don't know where it is, it's on the other side of Keene, on the banks of the Connecticut River, and represent 3 river towns. This is my 6th term. For better or for worse, it's also my 6th term on Judiciary. I'm at the time of my retirement, I was a senior public defender in Vermont, which gave me the dubious honor of being told no by more judges than any lawyer in the history of the state of Vermont. And I'm pleased to be back after a 2-year separation. My transplanted kidney is doing fine, and my interests on this committee are very broad.
Thank you. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. This is my 4th term on this committee. Reminded Paul it was my 4th consecutive term on this committee, but I like to be the non-lawyer in the committee and kind of add a different perspective there. My passions are housing policy, landlord-tenant policy. So you're welcome for taking that out of this committee into another committee. But we'll still be passionate about right-to-know law, among other things. So I'm happy to be back.
Thank you. Representative Tur.
Also a non-lawyer on this committee. I'm from Brentwood, New Hampshire, over near Exeter. And this is my 2nd term in the House, 2nd term on this committee. And a Democrat, but I always say I come from a policy background. My work for 30 plus years has been in access to health care at the state level, at the federal level, at the community level. And I like to approach things from the perspective of, what the goals that we're trying to achieve are, not necessarily falling into any particular, although obviously often on my side in some issues. What brings me here, my first choice when I got elected was Health and Human Services, because I figured that's where I belonged, and I was glad that I did not get that. Not because I don't like what they do, but because I do like what this committee does. I'll raft on the back of Representative Smith's comments. It does sort of touch on sort of the bigger picture questions around what it means to be a citizen of New Hampshire, what it means to have personal freedom, what it means to have autonomy over our life. And I'm also a co-sponsor on the Death with Dignity, or whatever we're calling it, bill. So yeah, very, very, very happy to be here. I will say, from the healthcare access perspective, and my wife's an obstetrician, abortion was probably the leading thing that drew me to this committee, but I've been very, very, very much engaged in all of the things, and very glad that Representative Alexander has taken the landlord-tenant bills away.
Thank you. Representative Rambo.
Yes, good morning. I'm Catherine Rombo. I am a representative from Bedford. I think this is my 2.5 term, technically. I was elected in a special election in 2021. I previously served on transportation for the last few years. I had been a town councilor in Bedford. And so thought at that time my experience with roads and local speed limits and those sorts of questions might be helpful in that committee. But I am an attorney and felt this would be a good opportunity this term to bring some of my professional experience, hopefully, to bear. And I'm looking forward to joining the committee. I do not have any bills in front of this committee. I do not believe this year, but last year I was the prime sponsor for a bill that eliminated patient costs for follow-up breast imaging and screening for breast cancer screening. So I was really proud of that work, and I know it was successful in part because of collegial committee efforts, and so I'm glad to hear that is the approach here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald McFarlane, freshman representative from Orange. I have 4 decades of experience in engineering, science, technology, and risk management. And to your question, I was asked by leadership if I would consider serving on Judiciary, and delighted to do so. To the best of my knowledge, I'm still pending committee assignment on a few of my bills. I got 6 bills and 1 resolution I'm prime sponsoring. I don't think I have anything before this committee, but I am very interested in upholding the rule of law and the importance of that on our society. I have a personal interest in technology, privacy, and antitrust policy, and other actions that are intended to promote individual and societal liberties, and a strong constituent interest in landlords' rights, right to work, abortion, and other matters that may come before this committee.
Great. Thank you. Well, again, welcome everyone. So you know what I'd like to do? I'm going to pass this, and Representative Smith, would you mind passing that down? I just like to yeah. In other words, this what I'd ask you to do is, I prepared a list of all the members with the phone numbers and email addresses that I got off the judicial branch website. What I'd ask you to do, please, is look at it and make sure it's correct. And more importantly, if there's another phone number or another email address, and you'll see that for some of you, there is no phone number listed because I didn't have it on the from the website. But if there's another phone number or another email address that is more convenient for you, please put that in. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I didn't see, I passed it down with my colleague's help, but I do want to note that I believe it is the 21st or the 22nd that all of our legislative email addresses are going to change. So I would not put this in stone until after that.
That's good. That's a good point.
And just to add to that, I actually think if somebody emails the old email address, it will go to the new inbox. So it's not like the end of the world if somebody emails your legislative email address.
Right. Yeah. You know what? Just so you know, the thing I'm most interested in. I mean, email addresses are important, but the thing I'm most interested in is for some of you there was no phone number listed, and so I'd like that. And secondly is, you know, if on the website it lists your home phone number, but your cell phone is the one that's easiest to get in touch with you, please put that down so I can get in touch with you. We've just been joined by our new clerk, Representative Peternell. Representative Peternell, we have all kind of gone around the room just telling people who we are and why we're interested in, you know, in this particular committee. So, well, if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Representative Katie Peternell. I'm from Wolfboro, represent Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, and I was on the Education Committee last year, and that was basically sensory overload. So I am very happy to be on Judiciary, even though we deal with a lot of heavy topics. Yeah, I'm very interested in being on this committee, and thank you.
Thank you. So as I said, while the sheet is going around, we'll fill in your phone numbers and email addresses. Everyone should have gotten, and I see everyone is in the proper place, the seating chart. You'll notice that I basically tried to, as we did last year, to break it up, you know, Republican, Democrat, except for the kind of leadership up here. And the idea is to, you know, to foster communication between people who may not necessarily agree on things. Hopefully that will work out. In terms of, and I know a number of you have raised issues with me, so I guess what I want to say is this. We right now, the last I checked early this morning, we had 34 bills that were assigned to this committee. I'm sure that's not the end of it. I suspect we're gonna get last year I think we had 43 or 44. So I suspect we're gonna get something at least around there for this year. Everyone should know that we share this room with 2 other committees. On Tuesdays, Child and Family, the Child and Family Committee uses this room. And on Friday, the State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs uses this room. If past experience proves to be the same this time, Child and Family will be busy, very busy, as are we. State Federal Relations may be less busy, so it may be that after, late February, something like that, Fridays this room will be available on Fridays because, at least a number of times will be available on Fridays because State Federal will have finished their work. But at any rate, so what I wanted to emphasize is our typical day for meeting will be Wednesdays. But we may also have some times, particularly as we get closer to a crossover, or if we have early bills that we need to deal with, we may also have to meet on Monday. So there may be some times when we will be meeting both on Monday and on Wednesday. The thing I should emphasize, particularly for the new people, is this. When we have hearings scheduled, there is no requirement of a quorum for hearings. So if you can't, obviously I encourage all of you to come. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't come. It's important that I think that you do come. But if for some reason you can't come, it's not going to be absolutely the end of the world. We don't have to get a substitute for you or anything like that. When we have executive sessions, however, then we do need a quorum, and it really is important that everyone be here. And if you're not able to be here on a day when we're going to have an executive session, then it's important that if you're a Republican, you let me know, or if you're a Democrat, you let Representative Smith know so that we can get a substitute for you, because particularly if a bill, if there are controversial bills that are likely to generate a party line vote, it's important that both parties have all their members here. And so we want to make sure that happens.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
In light of the rule change that we agreed to last Wednesday concerning a notice each day, each hearing day, about the possibility of executive sessions, do you have a particular policy that you're planning to try to follow?
I do, yes. So as you know, the policy that we've adopted last week has gone back to what has been referred to as the traditional policy, which is that if we publish a notice with the notice of hearings that says we can exec on any bill that has had a hearing at any time during the course of the day that we're holding hearings, then we can do that without some further notice. What I plan to do is this. I plan to take advantage of that if it appears that we have that one of two conditions is satisfied. Either everybody is here, or it appears that even if everybody isn't here, there's an overwhelming consensus of what we should do. And I can tell that in fact, I may even ask for, a straw vote. But I will tell you now, because I'm not going to play games. I am not going to call for an executive session on something that's controversial where somebody's missing. I'm just not that. I'm not going to play that game. So if everybody's here, then I may call an executive session on something, even if it is controversial. But more likely, where we're going to have an executive session is on things that are non-controversial. And in that case, even if somebody's missing, if 17 out of 19 people 17 out of 18 people seem to think it's okay and one person's missing, or if 16 out of 18 and one person's missing, we probably will go ahead and exec the bill. And I use as an example, I'm sure that the new folks will not understand this, but there's a bill that we're going to be hearing this afternoon, Representative Turr's bill on assistant managers in limited liability companies that we had a significant discussion on last year. We passed it, and the Senate didn't do its job, I would say, or at least the other body didn't do its didn't for whatever reason didn't pass it. If I had given the notice for today this afternoon's hearings, which I didn't, so we can't do that. But if I had given it, that would be an example of a bill where it might make a lot of sense to exec it, because I suspect, we passed it overwhelmingly last time. I'm sure we would feel the same way this time. The last thing I want to raise here is the issue of starting times. There's been some issues regarding that. I seem to remember, and I'm going to ask you to respond to this. My recollection from last year is that we had done it at various times both ways. We had started sometimes at 9, we started sometimes at 10, and I recall that we had a discussion about it. My recollection was that most people thought it was better to start at 10, but I raise that again now. I mean, we could start at 9, we could start at 9:30, we could start at 10. Sometimes I'm going to reserve the right to make that decision when I have to. Sometimes I think it will be that we maybe have so much to do that we just have to start at 9, whether we would prefer that or not. But generally, I would like to do what most people want. So can I just ask how many people would rather start at 9 o'clock? Okay, and how many people would rather start at 10 o'clock? Well, hang on. All right. And how about 9:30? I could kind of live with 9:30.
Yeah, I can live at 9:30.
All right, so, yeah, no, I could, I just did, so I think if I can, so I'm just wondering, can the people who have trouble with 9, can you just tell me what the issue? I know Representative Birch lives far away, and that's.
Yeah, it's difficult to do, and just try to respect those who have 3 hours of driving each day to come to you.
Is there any, is there anyone on the other side of it that has, there's a particular reason to start early because you need to go somewhere later on? Representative Perez.
Thank you. I have two issues. Now, the reason why I had asked for 9:30 when I sent out something was try to make a compromise. I have an issue with going late in the day. I have commitments that I have to work around late in the day, but that's not the biggest thing. The biggest thing, we're wintertime. We may say that a hearing starts at 3:30, but if we're way behind, that may not start till 4:15. We may not be out of here until whenever, as much as we would like to be. I don't want to drive home after dark.
Well, yes, I'm sorry, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just to add to that, I would echo what Representative Paris said, but I think given what you were saying about our heavy workload this year, my interest would be in how we can get the most work done in the days that we are here. While I understand Mr. Birch's concern, I too have a 3-hour round trip. I think that if we can maximize the use of the daytime, it would be to our advantage. And from a personal standpoint, I have a lot more meetings in the evening than I do in the early mornings. So those are the reasons.
Representative Alexander.
Yeah, I in the spirit of compromise, I'm okay with whatever time. I think what you've done in the past is executive sessions you've had at 10, public hearings start at 9 kind of thing. I think that worked out decently. I bartend for a living, so you might see me jet out early afternoons for during public hearing days. So that's also part of my reasoning.
Okay, all right. Yes, Representative Tripp and then Representative Morton.
You had mentioned that there's a possibility that we would have 2 committee meetings a week. It seems that if we were to do that, we could eliminate the contention over starting early or late, because we would be able to get whatever we need done, done at in a 10 to 3 time segment.
Hi, we have our Chief Justice has arrived. I think we will continue this discussion, but I'm going to ask the Chief Justice and Ms. Cregan if you'd introduce yourselves, and we'd love to hear a little bit about the judiciary, since this is the Judiciary Committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have some slides they'll be passed around for the record. Gordon McDonald, I'm Chief Justice, and with me is Aaron Cregan, who's the General Counsel for the Judicial Branch. I want to say at the outset, I know there are many, many returning members of this committee and some with deep experience in the judicial branch. I don't mean to insult anyone with these slides, but I do think it's helpful just to give a baseline of information about the judicial branch. So does everyone have? Okay, slide 3 is just an overview of what I'd like to cover today. One, give the committee an overview of our structure, and 2, to discuss some of the challenges and opportunities we face. So on slide 4, you see on the left-hand side a visual depiction of the structure, basic structure of the judicial branch. We're comprised of 2 trial courts, Circuit Court and Superior Court, and 1 appellate court, the Supreme Court. And all 3 courts are supported by the Administrative Office of the Courts. And I'm going to go through court by court and function by function and give you a brief overview. So let's start with the Circuit Court on the next slide, page 5. The Circuit Court was created in 2011 by this legislature. It combined the then existing district court, probate court, and family division into 1 court. So it's a court of highly specialized subject matter jurisdiction, virtually all of it statutory, just a sliver of common law jurisdiction. On the next slide, you will see that we have 10 circuits, 1 for each county, and 34 circuit court locations around the state. That's slide 6. Slide 7 is our judicial head count. We are now fully staffed in terms of judicial officers at 49 circuit judges. 49 circuit judges. And their work is supplemented by 1, those are full-time judges, 1 part-time judge, 2 per diem judges, and then judicial referees and senior judges who who discharge judicial functions subject to review and approval by a circuit judge. On the next slide, slide 8, you will see the filings in the circuit court by case type. So these numbers are from 2023, calendar year 2023, and you will see that over 100,000 cases flowed through the circuit court that year. The largest single case type is criminal, and the circuit court has jurisdiction over misdemeanors. These numbers are subject to change in 2024 because of the so-called unwind of felonies first, and felonies are now back into circuit court as an initial matter for probable cause determinations, back to where we were prior to 2016 when felonies first began. Next slide is an overview of the Superior Court. Superior Court is our court of general jurisdiction in New Hampshire. It is the court where jury trials are conducted. All felony crimes are heard in Superior Court, and it has civil jurisdiction for cases over $25,000. On the next slide, you will see an overview of our filings in Superior Court. These numbers are from 2023, and the largest single component of that in 2023 is our criminal cases. Both courts, Circuit and Superior, do handle requests for warrants, search warrants, and arrest warrants, and you can see that's about 8,600 in Superior Court. And Circuit handles those requests as well, incoming requests from law enforcement around the state. The next slide, slide 11, depicts our Superior Court locations. We have 11 superior courts, one in each county, 2 in Hillsborough, 1 in Nashua, and 1 in Manchester. On the next slide is our head count in terms of judges for Superior Court. We are authorized by statute to have 22 associate justices and 1 chief justice, and all of those positions are currently filled. Their work is also supplemented by senior active judges and judicial referees. On the next slide, give the committee an overview of a new development as of this year. House Bill 318 authorized the creation of a new position within the judicial branch called magistrates. In December, we swore in 3 magistrate judges. The legislation authorizes 3 and then permits me to come back and ask for 2 more based on our experience. And you can see the subject matter jurisdiction of our magistrates laid out on this slide, and that was pursuant to the legislation in an order of the Supreme Court. They spent a month being trained and went live on January 1st. And among other things, they are covering where appropriate, where the statute requires bail hearings over weekends. So they are switching off weekend by weekend and conducting bail hearings on both days of the weekend from 9 to 1. Next slide is the Supreme Court, an overview. The Supreme Court is comprised of a Chief Justice and 4 Associate Justices. In addition to our appellate caseload, we have superintending authority generally over the judicial branch and the legal profession in New Hampshire. And so we supervise and administer rules relating to bar admissions and attorney discipline, among other things, and then work very, very closely with the Bar Association under state law. Every member of, every attorney in New Hampshire is required to be a member of the New Hampshire Bar. On the next slide, you will see our workload, Supreme Court's workload. These numbers are from 2023. 61 opinions issued in 2023 and 728 final dispositions. That final disposition number is the real measure of our workload at the Supreme Court. And I do have numbers from last year, calendar year 2024. And so that final disposition number has increased from 728 to 752, which is the highest level of productivity, if you will, since 2015 at the Supreme Court. We issued 71 opinions in 2024. The Administrative Office of the Courts, about 50 full-time employees and many, many part-time employees. And again, they provide support services for all 3 courts, including our legal and legislative counsel, our communications function, financial, IT, and court security in our circuit courts. And on slide 18, you can see the list of functions that the AOC discharges. So beginning on slide 19, I would just like to give the committee a benefit of at least our view of what some of the challenges and opportunities facing the judicial branch are. Slide 20, you can see them listed, and I'll go through each one of them individually, starting with challenges. On slide 21, safety and security. This is one issue that really is of constant concern, the safety and security of everyone who walks through our doors, members of the public, our court staff, our judges, and in all of our locations around the state. We benefit from a tremendous partnership with New Hampshire sheriffs. Sheriffs are primarily responsible for security in the superior courts. And as I said, the AOC trains security officers and deploys security officers in the circuit court. It's had some important developments thanks to legislative support. Our court security officers are now, will now be able to go through a specialized training program at Police Standards and Training Council directed to their unique functions. And that is a brand new development. And we're looking forward to implementing that. And we appreciate the great collaboration from Police Standards on that. Another really important initiative is because of the availability of ARPA funds, we are engaging in a site-by-site physical assessment of security threats and opportunities in each one of our locations around the state. And that'll give us a catalog of opportunities to perhaps improve on how our physical locations with respect to security. The next slide addresses I think, a very significant challenge confronting the Superior Court. More than 1,300 cases have been generated from the issues involving the Youth Development Center, and those are all in Superior Court. They are very resource intensive. 1,300 cases against a caseload of 24,000 is material. And it is even more material given the complexity and nature of these cases. They are really consume a lot of resources. And if Chief Justice Howard were here, he would tell you that the dedication and hard work of the Superior Court, the judges involved, and the staff involved in processing these cases. Indeed, he has related to me that there is an employee in our electronic filing center in Manchester who gets to work early, 5 a.m., to be able to process all the motions, pending motions in the YDC cases around the state. It's a real challenge for us in terms of resources. Next slide addresses another unfortunately perennial challenge, which is access to justice. In any given day in our circuit court, up to 90% of litigants in many case types have no attorney. They're self-represented on either side, plaintiff or defendant. This is just a challenge, obviously, for the litigants involved, but also it's a challenge for the system. One important initiative that the legislature led with and has enacted legislation to enable paraprofessional representation in many case types in all of our circuit courts. And that went live last year, and the preliminary data information that we have coming back on that, it's hopeful. There are lots of opportunities to expand it, but it is a way to get a legally trained person standing next to someone and on a really important day in their lives in court before a judge. One issue that is unfortunately persisting is with respect to our indigent defense system. The indigent defense is principally handled through the New Hampshire Public Defender. They have experienced a marked increase in retention levels, 262% since 2010 of attorneys who are leaving the office. The retention rate has decreased by that amount. And that's combined with a caseload that is sort of unrelenting and cases that are becoming more resource intensive, in part because of the explosion of video evidence and the amount of resources that consumes for attorneys, both in prosecution and in defense. The Legislative Budget Assistant conducted an audit, one of its regular audits of the Judicial Council last year in October. Released its report. It's well worth reading about the indigent defense system, and it noted that in March of 2024, 20 to 40 incarcerated defendants were awaiting appointment of counsel. Incarcerated defendants who are entitled under both of our constitutions to legal representation. The number for non-incarcerated was 100 to 125. it is an issue not only of constitutional dimension and very important to the defendants involved, but it also has impact on our entire justice system. When an attorney has no lawyer, the case cannot proceed. That affects, there are ripple effects throughout the system in both of our courts. Next slide briefly addresses our treatment courts. It's a very important opportunity, ongoing opportunity, with great help from the legislature to get treatment and services to those who are flowing through our system so that we don't see them again, is basically the idea. Our adult drug courts in 10 of our superior court locations, with mental health courts in both superior and circuit court. The legislature authorized the creation of a veterans court last year, which we are getting up and running. There's a really interesting pilot program up in Sullivan, family treatment court for those families who are involved in our abuse and neglect system to get the services that they need so that they can be more successful, and if they're criminally involved, can be more successful, court involved in not coming back and being reunited with their families. Working with the mayor of Manchester, the circuit court is trying to address in a creative and cooperative way the homeless issue down there. I won't go into it, but for the last couple of years, system-wide, we've been engaged in a really important initiative with respect to how the courts can better respond to those experiencing mental illness. Across our state, we're conducting something called a sequential intercept mapping workshop in each one of our counties. And it's basically an opportunity to identify where we can get services to those who are either court involved or at risk of being court involved to, again, get them the treatment they need, the help that they need in a clinically appropriate setting so they're not cycling back through our system, thereby increasing public safety and saving public dollars and most importantly, getting them the help that they need. Another, in terms of opportunities, another one is to, with the support of grant dollars, we have been able to get up and running a very important diversion program in the landlord-tenant area. It's a case type in the circuit court, 7,000 cases, really high success rate, both pre-filing and post-filing, of mediating those cases and therefore getting early resolution to benefit both parties in those cases and avoid the time and effort of litigating. We are seeking to, next slide, 27, we're seeking to leverage technology to the greatest extent possible, and the Superior Court is moving to a platform to whereby all evidence will be presented digitally. Finally, we are using text technology and have a couple of pilot programs to send text reminders in both certain criminal and civil cases in an effort to reduce failure to appear rates. Failure to appear rates just costs the entire system when someone does not appear. It affects obviously the person involved, but also the entire system. And there is huge success in meeting people where they are and reminding them through text, which is how many of us communicate about their time in court. Last slide is my contact information and that of General Counsel Cregan. And we are here at your service and look forward to working with you over the course of the year in this legislative session on any issues. And Mr. Chairman, be happy to respond to any questions. I hope that was helpful.
It was very helpful. Thank you very much. Let me ask members of the committee questions for the Chief Justice or for Ms. Cregan. Representative Kutab.
Thank you, Chairman Lynn, and thank you for taking my question, Chief McDonald. You mentioned that there was an access to justice issue and it was 20 to 40 incarcerated individuals and 100 to 125 non-incarcerated. Is this a statewide issue, or would you say it's more predominant in one, like certain geographical areas than others?
Statewide.
Statewide. Thank you.
Representative Tur.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for taking the question. I was just interested in your highlight of the paraprofessional representation. Could you say a bit more about sort of who those folks are and how someone gets access to them in terms of locating them and being represented?
Yeah, it's the legislature, very specific statute setting forth the education requirements of the paraprofessionals and the supervision requirements of attorneys within their office. They're available in some, but not all case types in the circuit court. But most importantly, the case types where we do see a high volume and high need based on self-represented litigants. The principle, the report that we just released to the legislative leadership identifies that most of the paraprofessionals who have been involved in the program have been associated with New Hampshire Legal Assistance. There has been one, I believe my memory is one private firm that has used paraprofessionals in this way. So there is an enormous opportunity to expand the program and deploy it beyond New Hampshire Legal Assistance to other providers. And I will just say, you know, ideally, we would want an attorney standing next to every litigant in our court system. That is just not simply possible. But to have someone trained and supervised by an attorney standing next to someone on a really important day in their life is better than not having someone there. And that's the logic of this program. It's the logic of the statute. We all strongly supported this legislative initiative, and we think it has great opportunity to help close the access to justice gap. I hope that answered your question, Representative.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we consider what I'm about to say as an advertisement and not have it come out of my questions? I just want to say that this comes from the incredibly focused and committed work of a former chair of this committee, a former member of the judicial branch, and a former state senator, Ned Gordon, who was convinced for years that this would help. And this committee, the Judiciary Committee, worked very, very hard for this. We had to deal with a little bump in the road that came having nothing to do with the merits of the bill from members of the other body. And in the end, we were delighted that we were able to achieve this. And if nothing else, it stands as a good example of good work that this committee can do. So that's my advertisement. It doesn't count as my questions. I hope.
Absolutely not. Yes, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief Justice, for taking my question. One thing the Judiciary Committee also has put into statute is a new land use docket in the Superior Court.
Superior Court.
Can you talk to me a little bit about how that docket has functioned in the sense of if it's sped up a lot of the cases and how it's different than the Housing Appeals Board that we have also put into your branch?
So I apologize. Don't have the best data on that. I think I would be very happy to get it to this committee. We do have a dedicated Superior Court Judge Class, who's happens to sit in Manchester, and he has absorbed, it took a while for him to absorb all the volume of land use cases, but now that docket is fully up and running. To the extent he's not hearing land use cases, he does hear other Superior Court cases. I'm sorry, Representative, I just don't have on the top of my head the volume of cases, but I'd be happy to get it to you.
Yeah, that would be great at your convenience. Yep. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a handful of questions. Hopefully they're pretty simple, I think. Let me tackle it one at a time. First of all, you assert on slide 21 that we are subject to an increased threat environment, and I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about that.
Nationally, we've seen some really horrifying incidents involving courts. There was literally an assassination of a family judge in his driveway in Maryland in late of 2023. New Hampshire's not immune to this. It's been an increase in the threats that we've received and the issues of concern that we've had to deal with in terms of our security personnel. I think generally the environment that we are all operating in is challenging. It really is, and obviously we had a very unfortunate incident at New Hampshire Hospital right here. I will note that we have a courtroom in that facility, so it touched, and it's right next door to the Concord Circuit Court. It touched really close to home for everyone in the judicial branch, and you know, I feel my number one responsibility is to do the best we can to make sure that we are performing our constitutional duties in a place that is as safe as possible.
Thank you, sir. You talk about IT as part of the function. Is that IT department separate, or is it part of Dennis Goulet's organization? And in the context of that, you also talk about movements towards more digital evidence, digital case management. Can you help us understand the extent of your reliance and backup on paper, or conversely, the extent to which were you to be subject to, let's say, a ransomware attack that removed those systems from being available? What impact would that have on the caseload?
To answer your first question, is separate. Our IT department is separate, although we work closely with the Department of Information Technology. There is some crossover, including some of our external facing resources, website, and so on. We for many years, as the chair knows, we have been working on deploying to an all electronic platform in terms of case management and filings. Superior Court is all electronic. Some, but not all, case types in Circuit Court are electronic, and we hope to get to a place where we can be fully deployed in electronics. Circuit Court has certain challenges there. We are very aware of the external threats coming in terms of accessing our system. Again, I don't have the data right off the top of my head, but it is of concern to our IT team, and it's something that's very much on our radar screen. I will say that the benefits of investing in electronic case management were borne out during the pandemic, when we were able to pivot to a quasi-virtual environment pretty quickly. And it was the investment in electronic case management coupled with our call center. We have a central call center to handle all trial court inquiries. And it was those two investments and initiatives, both of which had the support of the legislature, that really enabled us to efficiently handle cases in a different environment.
Thank you. Final question. You mentioned the non-competitive fee structure with regard to the Public Defender's Office and independence. Can you give us a sense as to quantitatively how non-competitive it is and what your expectation is as to what would be needed to turn the corner on that?
I'm sorry, what
the non-competitive fee structure for the Public Defender's Office?
The average salary of a public defender is, I believe, $57,000. They can, I think if you have the Judicial Council in here, they will tell you a principal concern is the analog organization in Massachusetts, which can pay considerably higher. I think you will see in from the Judicial Council to address this problem and get the salaries up to where they believe it should be. It's roughly an $8 million problem. But that, and although it's called the Judicial Council, it's an executive branch agency, but they, among other things, do superintend our indigent defense system. 8.3 million is my memory, Representative.
Representative Smith.
Congratulations to you on having your your count of judges where you are. I don't want to say you would want it to be, but where you're willing to accept that it is, considering it full. Some of us did take a particularly deep dive into the work of the family court. And one of the things we discovered that we believe also affects the other courts is that the problem is not necessarily the number of judges, but it is the absence of support for those judges, so that judges are doing the work that could better be done by people with other training and other skills, therefore freeing the judges to be more judge-like. So I want to ask you a very direct question, because you're privy to information we're not privy to yet, and that is, have you asked the governor to include in the governor's budget additional staff support for the judges in all three levels of the judicial branch? Well, no, actually 2 levels of the judicial branch, not the Supreme, because the Supreme Court does, I think, have adequate support.
Yeah, just for the benefit, I agree with your observations, Representative Smith. I think
Well, thank you. Is that a first?
It's the first time today.
Oh, good. Okay.
I think what the special committee identified was, in particular, a lack of staff attorneys, or how staff attorneys could benefit the circuit court in dealing with its highly specialized subject matter jurisdiction. And there are 3 staff attorneys now, and I think, and I know you're a real leader on this, Representative Smith, in terms of wanting more resources in there. The answer is no. Given the mandate that we were given, in terms of the budget request, we're not able to include additional staff attorneys into the budget. We have identified it as a prioritized need. It's a huge priority for me personally, but in the interest of being transparent, Representative, that is where we landed.
Thank you. A couple of quick ones. On page 22, you talk about private contractors. I was a little confused because I thought that all of those cases had to do with YDC.
No. Many of them involve other entities that delivered services to these youth that were involved. Some are just YDC, other involve defendants that may have provided services to YDC or were contracted out by the state to deliver services to the particular youth involved, and they are defendants in those cases.
Thank you. And one very quick question, I hope, and it has to do with the relationship between the courts and the Bar Association. I believe that the phrase that's used is that we have a unified bar in New Hampshire, and that as a result, the Bar Association is really not independent. It's part of the court. How does that differ from what we see in other states? And could you just tell me why you think that's a good idea? You don't have to answer, any of these questions.
There are 2 flavors out there among the 50+ jurisdictions. One is to have a unified bar, and this is a statutory mandate. It's actually in statute that all practicing attorneys must be members of the New Hampshire Bar Association. That's called a unified bar. Can't remember how many states off the top of my head follow that system. The other is to have voluntary bar associations, where you can, if you want to, be a member of a bar in a particular state. The unified bar is, I think, part of its intent and purpose is to assist the court in administering the attorney population in terms of keeping track of who they are, their addresses, whether they've met their CLE requirements, and so on. It serves that administrative function for the court. And I do think, it delivers value in that respect. Attorneys are assessed a fee for being members of the New Hampshire Bar, and that fee is approved by the Supreme Court, and we do review the budget of the Bar Association and make a determination about the fee. I'll leave it at that.
Well, my one little question about that is, do you think that in any way might put a little bit of a crimp in the willingness of a licensed, appropriately licensed attorney in New Hampshire to raise a question about some of the procedures within the judicial branch? And since they are the people who are most knowledgeable, certainly more than the rest of us, because they're actually involved in the court system, that denies us a means of accountability that many of us believe is very important.
Because they are subject to the oversight of the judicial branch?
Because of natural unwillingness to want to stir the pot.
Yeah. Quite apart from the nature of bar associations and whether you're unified or voluntary, in every state, state Supreme Courts have taken the position that the regulation of the practice of law is a matter within the exclusive jurisdiction of the judicial branch, stemming from judges' organic authority to regulate what happens in the courtroom. So I'm not sure that to the extent you've identified an issue, I'm not sure that the form of a bar association would make a difference, because attorneys in every state are ultimately subject to the authority of judges in the way that they are admitted to the bar, the way they are disciplined, their education requirements to the extent they exist. That's all an exclusive judicial branch function.
Well, I thank you very much for that answer. There are many of us who believe that the judicial branch should be responsible for its own rules. And that wasn't too bad, was it?
No.
Thank you.
Representative Morton and then Representative Horgan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Justice, for the question. It's two-part. First, we were talking about access to justice, and you mentioned, that's an important day in someone's life. As an example, I graduated high school on one day. It was the important day of my life. Never had a second, graduation from high school. With people that are in the criminal court system, how many important days are some of these people having? Is it the 10th time? Is there a correlation, the part B of that, to a certain type of representation and whether that affects recidivism?
So just to step back, under our Constitution, if you are criminally accused, for the most part, you're entitled to an attorney under the Constitution. And that goes to the issue identified with our indigent defense system. There's simply not enough attorneys in that system right now to represent all those in need in New Hampshire. On the civil side, with just a few exceptions, if you were involved in the court system, you're on your own in terms of hiring a lawyer. And in the circuit court, which I mentioned up to 90% on any given day are self-represented, they're dealing with just real and immediate cases involving the people we all serve. Landlord, tenant, keeping a house, shelter. small claims, which for many people can be significant. Divorce and parenting, fundamental right, parent. Domestic violence. You're going into these courts by yourself. When I was a practicing attorney, I did as many pro bono cases as I could. And I did them particularly in the domestic violence area. And when I was a practicing attorney, even though I'd been practicing for many years, I had I got nervous walking into court. But can you imagine if you're standing there trying to protect yourself or your family, trying to keep the roof over your head in a completely foreign environment where they speak a special language and they're specially trained? That's the issue that we're trying to address. And that's why I think the legislature's initiative with respect to paraprofessionals is so important. You can't get a lawyer there. It's just not going to happen anytime soon. But if you can get legally trained people in there standing next to the person on that day, it can make a real difference.
Representative Horgan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chief Justice. I was just a little bit curious about this pilot program, about recidivism, about people failing to show up at the hearings, which subject has been my mind for a few months because this fall I attended the Dover District Court. I was there because there were several defendants who'd been arrested for trespassing in Congressman Pappas's office, and they chose to exercise the right to a trial so they could speak in their behalf. And of course, they all showed up, although I think they had a volunteer attorney didn't show up. I was surprised. In that case, the judge was Judge Sawako Gardner of the Circuit Court, who seemed like a very, very good judge. She had all the regular cases with people, who with lower profile cases, and quite a few of them simply failed to show up. So it's a problem. It's a problem primarily here that they don't get the word on when they're supposed to show up, or they forget and they have the text messages, or there are perhaps other things that need to be done, like possibly changing the way the courts work for the people, or I hate to put any more people in prison. We already have too many people incarcerated, but possibly increasing the penalties for when you fail to appear, because that was a revelation to me, because the only other time in recent years I've been to a circuit court was also a high profile case, which is sort of a special circumstance because there's a well-known state rep who sadly has since passed away, who was pleading guilty to simple assault, and she actually even ironically happened to be a former county attorney. So that case, they put her first in the docket, and so they went and spent about half an hour doing their thing, and she went home and we all went home, and the regular defendants, were processed afterwards. But it was different this second time because we were seeing all the regular defendants, and as I said, I was kind of a little bit shocked that so many of them simply didn't show up. So
they're called FTAs, failure to appears, and you've seen the real life consequence of how disruptive it is for the court system, but it also creates another potential encounter for the accused because they failed to appear. And so this technology has great promise. And as I said in the slide, we deployed it in family cases, and FTAs have been reduced by 40%. So we're very hopeful about this, and to address this problem. So thank you for your question.
And that does sound like a fairly low cost and relatively simple intervention. And if it makes that big a difference, then that's definitely a good thing. So thanks.
Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, for taking my question. I'm not familiar with felony first, and so I was wondering if you could just expand upon that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
Prior to 2016, all criminal cases, including felonies, began in circuit court for a probable cause hearing. The legislature enacted legislation that provided beginning in 2016 that would shift over to Superior Court where felonies are prosecuted. I won't, it was a policy determination in that instance by the legislature. And then I think it was Representative Gordon presented a bill to repeal, that's my memory, it was Representative Gordon to repeal felonies first in 2022. And after consideration by this committee, that was the determination of the legislature. I don't want to characterize the evidence or comment on that policy decision, but I think one of the things, and the chair probably could comment on this, one of the things that the committee heard was when cases were first brought in circuit court, it created an opportunity, a perceived opportunity to resolve those cases. And that opportunity either didn't exist or was put off and was not being maximized when those first encounters shifted to Superior Court. And I think that was part of what led the legislature to make its decision, although.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that was one of the arguments for sure.
Yeah. So the legislature made the decision to rewind felonies first. So we're back to the status quo ante. Cases are beginning in circuit court now. And that is as of January 1st, 2024.
Other questions? Yes. Representative Bergeron, sorry.
So red means talk. Thank you. I've heard a lot of great things. I was just curious, just because I'm on the school board in Manchester and we're always discussing staffing paraprofessionals. So I was curious if that's sort of an issue, and I was curious what role they played. Like, I can imagine based on what you said, but I was just kind of curious about that because I already had like 3 ideas in my head as to how we could always keep keep our turnover low for paras, but I'm just curious if that's something you're experiencing.
I'm sorry, experiencing.
Because you said you're partnering with, for paras, you said, who was the organization?
New Hampshire Legal Assistance is,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I was just kind of curious about that because I know it's a challenge for a lot of districts. So I was just curious if you were experiencing the same thing.
To my knowledge, no,
Okay.
but
Well, thank you for training them. And
we actually don't train them, but they're trained and supervised by
Right.
the organizations, either the law firm or in this instance, New Hampshire Legal Assistance, which is a law firm.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Ms. Cregan, please.
Representative, I've been promoted.
That's a demotion.
I know that I know many members of the committee and that you all have my contact information. But for those that are new, I just wanted to briefly introduce myself. I'm the general counsel for the court system, and I will, with his permission, leave by Representative Morton a small stack of business cards with my cell on the back, my desk phone, my email. Please reach out to me anytime that you need any information or anything from the court system in order to discharge your duties. Obviously, a lot of folks in the court system are in adjudication during the day. My intention is to be a single point of contact for you to get you the information that you need so that you're not stymied by anybody being unavailable. So please do reach out however much you need to. And you'll see me from time to time here, and you're always welcome to request that I be present at any hearing in case there is anything that you need from the court system. Yes, this is Av Harris. He's our communications manager. And he very kindly produced the high quality color PDFs that you have there. So he was kind enough to come by as well.
All right, great. Any last question? Yes, Representative McFarland.
Thank you. One last question. I know that, as we've been talking about, everyone deserves their right at a fair defense. And I'm sure that is part of the consideration that applies to Associate Supreme Court Justice Marconi. At what point does the
I don't think we can get into anything about anything about any pending cases.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask anything about the case, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
My question is simply, at what point does the absence of one of our associate Supreme Court justices start to cause a problem? I understand we have the practice of appointing others on a rotating basis. Is there a point at which we should appoint somebody on a pro tem basis?
We have established procedures to deal with disqualifications or absences by justices, and we follow those. It's actually set forth in statute. So that's the procedure that we handle, that we follow. In terms of the productivity of the Supreme Court, as I related, we have disposed of in 2024 752 cases. That is the most we've disposed of since 2015. So there are ebbs and flows in the membership of any body, any court, and you just deal with the workload.
All right. Thank you very much, to both of you, for coming in. And Ms. Cregan, I'm sure we will see you on a regular basis. And again, thank you very much, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you,
Appreciate you
Mr. Chair.
coming in. Like where you're from, why you're interested in the Judiciary Committee, your prior service, that kind of thing.
Good morning. Pleasure to meet everybody that I haven't met. Well, I think I've met most everybody except for a couple of you. But this is my second term. I'm from Windham. I didn't say at the beginning, Representative Caitlin Kutap. And I guess, after sitting on the committee last year, there were quite a few interesting things that kind of came up that I felt are really important in the judicial system. And that kind of just got me interested in the committee. So.
Thank you. And Representative Bergeron.
Thank you. I'm Dan. The reason why I'm sitting in this chair is because someone suggested it, for one thing, which I'm glad that they did. Like I said about the school board, so I felt like some of that, because I've been doing it for 6 terms, sort of feeds into what here as far as respect and follow the rules, and once I know them all. But so I was asked to run for this, and I thought that's a great way to represent my ward and my district, simply because I do both the education and the legislative part. So I think that's the reason why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we didn't have anybody else. Do we have anybody else who came in? Oh, no, she spoke. You spoke. Yep, she introduced herself. She did.
Are these phone numbers just for the committee's consumption, or would they be public?
For my purpose, if you didn't put your phone number on the, on the website, then as far as I'm concerned, you didn't want your phone number to be public. So I'm not gonna, publish that to the outside world. So I want to say, I want to go back and just follow up on the time issue. I guess based upon what I've heard, it seems like most people would prefer to start at 10. I guess what I would say is this.
Okay.
I will, unless there is what I consider to be sort of a really compelling reason to start at 9, I will not start at 9. As between 9:30 and 10, I'll sort of think about it, I guess. For what I would say is, you'll notice that I sent out an email this morning. I've scheduled some hearings for the 29th, and I did schedule those for 9:30, and that's because I knew that one person who was particularly concerned about, because of the time, was Representative Birch, and he's not going to be with us that week. So there didn't seem to any reason not to start at 9:30 that week. But for going forward, I'll sort of think about it. It'll be generally will be between either 9:30 or 10. The other thing, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. if we are going to be scheduling an executive session,
Right.
would that be at 10?
That would, I think I would generally try to, particularly if it was going to be just an executive session. Yes, I think that would make sense to do that. Because that is not something that would likely be, we're not going to be going into the late, 5 o'clock in the evening on an executive session. I hope not. At least I hope not. So this all brings me to a very important thing that I want to let everybody know about. And the speaker knows about it. Representative Mannion knows about it, and Representative Smith knows about it, but you probably all don't know about this. And that's why I am going to be gone from February 5th to February 24th. So that means 3 Wednesdays I'm going to be gone, and Representative Mannion will be, we're going to have hearings during that time. I intend, just so you understand, I intend to schedule, after consulting with Representative Mannion and Representative Smith, I intend to schedule hearings for all of those 3 weeks. You'll be here on Wednesdays for full days on those, but I will not be here, and that's because I have a long-standing plans to go on a trip to Thailand and Vietnam and Cambodia, and so that's where I will be for those 3 weeks. And as I said, I understand. I particularly Representative McFarland. I understand that, and others. I understand you have other lives, and I, completely understand that sometime you have to either for business reasons or other reasons you may not be able to be here. I completely understand that. But I will.
Would we figure there would not be exec sessions while
What I suggested is, and I'm going to talk further to Representative Mannion and Representative Smith about this, but my inclination is on anything that, appears that there's going to be a debate, so to speak, that we wait until I'm back to have the executive session on that. If there are some things that again, I go back to Representative Turr's bill. If that came up on the time and everybody said, wait a minute, this is a no-brainer, let's either do it or let's not do it, fine, you should do that. I have complete confidence in Representative Mannion and Representative Smith that to use your good judgment on those kind of things. All right, so.
And that would mean, therefore, Mr. Chairman, that we would not have executive sessions on complex bills until the first week in March.
Until the first week, because
we will not have that during the
vacation.
The vacation.
Yes, because in other words, I will be back on Monday. I think it's Monday, February 24th. But that's the week that we will not. The House will not be sitting. So we will be. The next time we will, get together will be the following week. Now, as I say, as I'm thinking about this and I'm trying to put together the schedule, it may be that sometime in early March, particularly if there are some early bills that we need to exec or whatever, that we may have to have an executive session on a Monday in either that first week or second week. But I'll try to avoid that if at all possible, because I don't, if we can, particularly Representative Alexander, who's got another chairmanship on the Housing Committee, which is going to be pretty busy. I will try to avoid having 2 days if it's at all possible, but I can't guarantee it. All right, let's see. Let me go. What else do I want to talk about here? I went over the executive session issue. So this is you may have already, particularly on Representative Smith's side of the aisle, she may have already discussed this with you. I have not discussed it with my folks on my side of the aisle, but just as a general thing, I think it will usually be the practice that before there is an executive session, myself for the Republicans, Representative Smith for the Democrats, or in my absence, Representative Mannion for the Republicans, will have a caucus. Usually I did it last year, and I would probably do it again this year. Would do it by Zoom, the night before, or a couple of days before, or whatever, where we'll kind of go over the bills that we're going to be execing and get some sense of what people's position are on the bills, and the same would be true on the Democratic side. And let me just let me say this because this is from my perspective. From my perspective on the Republican side, if some bill is a priority of the leadership of the House, I'm going to tell you that that's true, and that's this is what the leadership would like to have happen. I don't try to strong arm anybody. You do what you want to do. I will tell you that if something is important to the leadership, that's a significant thing to consider. Personally, there are things where I might personally think, I don't know about this, but it's important to leadership, and I'm not so opposed to it that I'm gonna if leadership wants it, I'm gonna go along with it, because that's I think that's kind of part of what comes with being a committee chair. On the other hand, there are some things where I just feel so strongly that I just can't do it, and I expect that all of you have that same view also. I don't know what the situation is on the Democratic side. I leave that to Representative Smith, and she doesn't. You guys don't have to tell me, and I shouldn't know that.
Have
Mr.
you
Chair,
ever tried to herd cats? That's all I have to say.
I would just say this would be a great conversation to have in a Republican caucus.
I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would. All right. Yes.
If the rumors we've been hearing are true, you'll probably miss 2 session days. So I suppose as a courtesy to you, if there's anything we think might come down to one vote, one way or the other, you'd rather have us put that off and get it out of the way. Wait till after you come back, or not? You don't care?
Session. Well, I don't have.
Yeah.
I don't have. I'm not sure what the speaker intends to do on session. He knows that I'm not going to be here,
Yeah.
and he'll make his decision. Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. We have a couple of bills coming to us that are going to require a tremendous amount of time, like last year, in hearings. I would hope that those bills, when people come to speak, are able to speak, and that hearing is held without interruption. I had a lot of complaints from people last year when we stopped the hearing and told people to come back hours later. And I would hope that we learned from our mistakes in that, and that does not happen again here.
I guess all I can say is this: you've probably seen. I assume one of the things you're talking about is the end of life bill.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that has been scheduled for January 29th at 1 p.m. We'll start at 1 p.m. and we'll go.
That's the last bill of the day.
That is the last bill of the day.
That's what I didn't look to see what had been scheduled. Okay.
And I suspect probably sometime after that, we're going to have there. I think we have at least one, maybe actually two, maybe more, because we haven't gotten all the bills yet. Abortion bills. I suspect those are going to take up, some time too. And in fact, for next week we have some right to know bills. I suspect some of those may take some time. And
I'm just asking for not an interruption in people who come to vote, come to a hearing that they're not told to come back later. That's all.
Well, I can't guarantee that, but we'll do the best we can.
Okay,
for sure.
thank you.
All right. Let me see what else I wanted to. All right. The last thing I want to, and then I want to answer any questions or have any discussion you might want to have. But the last thing I want to talk about is, as several people mentioned, I'm very proud of the fact that last year our committee, we had very strong disagreements, as people who were here will remember. We had any number of bills that came out of the committee with no recommendation because we were split. We had 20 people on the committee at that time. It was 10 to 10. So there's no question that the members of the committee then, and I'm sure the members of the committee now, have very different ideas on things, and that's fine. That's what democracy is all about. But I think it's really important that both in dealing with the public, that is, witnesses or people that are here in the room, and just as important with each other, that we treat each other with dignity and respect. I regard Representative Smith as my friend and as a member of the loyal opposition, and I hope she regards me the same way. And that's the way I regard all of you. So, and I hope you will all have that same mindset. There are no enemies here. They're just people who have different views. And it's really important, I think, for the public that they understand that this is the legislature. It's not some bar room, and we need to be acting like it's a place where we treat each other with dignity and respect. And that's about all I have to say. Representative Perez.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have one more question. When you're away and we're doing hearings, are you also going to put at the bottom of them that an executive session might be available if we have something that's a very benign bill that we all are in agreement?
Yes,
we
I
can
am.
do that.
Right.
Okay.
No, as I said, yes, I am. I
Thank you.
think you should do. And by the way, I'm planning to be, I obviously I can't say for sure what the internet availability is going to be, particularly in Cambodia or Vietnam, but Thailand may be a little different. But I'm going to try to keep up with what's going on and be available if Representative Mannion wants to talk to me or, email me or whatever. How successful that will be, I don't know, but I'm going to try. All right, are there things we haven't discussed that anybody wants to talk about? Yes, Representative Mann.
And we haven't talked about this, so I'm not sure how you run it here, but I know in criminal justice, when we're asking questions of people here to testify, that we ask one question, not I have 2 or 3 or 4 of them. It just gives other people on the committee time to speak.
Yeah, no, that's true. I didn't. That is the process we should follow. If you have a question, ask the question. If you have a follow up, you can ask to have a follow up. And generally, it's going to be fine. But if there are a whole bunch of people that all have questions, I might say, wait a minute, hang on your follow up. Let's let somebody else ask the question first. Yeah, that's exactly right. Other questions? Oh, yes, Representative Berger.
I actually have a comment. I wanted to apologize for being late, but I sat there in the governor's office because it said 208 on it. So I don't even know what LOB stands for, to be quite honest with you. So I apologize.
No problem. No, the other thing to say, that really raises a good question. I had a lot of experience in judicial procedures based on my career in the judiciary. I had very little experience in legislative procedures when I got here. And in fact, I still don't by any means consider myself to be an expert on legislative procedure. So you're going to find a number of times when I'm looking to Representative Smith and saying, okay, what's the rule here? What am I supposed to do? Because she's been here for 25 years or more than that. Don't rub it in. And so I guess my point here is, as far as I'm concerned, there are no dumb questions. If you have a question about how something should operate, don't feel embarrassed to ask it. It's important that you feel comfortable and, that everybody kind of knows what the score sheet is, so to speak. Other than that, anything else before we recess for lunch, and then we'll be back to start our hearings? Anything else? All right, seeing nothing, thank you. We'll see you in a little over an hour. All right. All right, I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee back to order and commence the hearing on HB 88 FN relative to establishing community property trusts. And I will recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. So this bill is motivated by a situation that could occur to a New Hampshire widow or widower where they would be at a disadvantage regarding federal tax compared to someone in the exact same situation who lives in California or some other state, right? So this is a solution or a possible solution for such a person. It's a tool that lets them fix that while the person's still married, right? So they would have to act while they're married in order for this to happen. So to give you the background, I'm going to have to explain some things about federal income tax. Number one is there's a part of the income tax is a capital gains tax. So a capital gains tax is if you own something, typically real estate, could be stocks, could be bonds, could be art, could be anything. And over the lifetime that you own it, the value of that thing goes up in value. And so you buy it for one price, you sell it for another price. You owe a tax, the capital gains tax, on the difference. And the amount of the tax varies depending on the time you owned it and the amount of your other taxes, things like that. But that's what a capital gains tax is. It's a tax on the difference in value when something goes up. You know, when it goes down, you have a negative capital gain, which you can write off other capital gains. But in general, when something goes up, you will in general owe a tax on that capital gain. Now, what if you receive property by inheritance, right? Your uncle dies, your uncle owns 100 shares of Microsoft. He bought it for $100. It's now worth $1,000. And he dies and leaves it to you, okay? And you sell it. Do you have a $900 capital gain? The answer is no. So when you receive property from an inheritance, at your basis, your kind of starting point for that property is the value on the day you got it. So it was worth $1,000 when you got it. You sell it for $1,000. There's no gain, no tax. Okay. If there is any tax owed in this situation, it would be on your uncle's estate. It wouldn't be part of you. Okay. But in general, there isn't a tax. Okay. So those are the two basics. So let me give you an example of how a widow or widower can get hurt. So this is on this paper I handed out here. Suppose Mr. and Mrs., same example, Mr. and Mrs. Jones buy $100 worth of stock and they put it in their joint brokerage account. So they have an account with Fidelity or Schwab or one of those things. They buy stock. So over time, the value of this stock becomes $1,000, okay? Then Mr. Jones dies and Mrs. Jones inherits the stock. And then Mrs. Jones sells the stock for $1,000, okay? Now, if the Joneses happen to live in California or another community property state, then they get what's called a step up in basis for all inherited property, including this kind of property, community property. So Mrs. Jones would then own the stock with a value, with a basis of $1,000, a starting point of $1,000. She sells it for $1,000, no gain, no tax, okay? But if the Joneses live in New Hampshire, then the way the IRS treats this is that Mrs. Jones owned half of it from the start. Mr. Jones owned half of it from the start. So the half that Mrs. Jones gets from Mr. Jones, that has a step up in basis, right? So as far as Mrs. Jones is concerned, it's worth she got it when it was worth $500. It's still worth $500, no tax on that part. But when she sells her own part that she got for $50 and now sells it for $500, there's a $450 capital gain and she would owe tax on that. So So, and the only difference in my example is she, living in New Hampshire versus living in California or one of these other community property states. So, so what this bill does is allow someone, a married couple, to create a trust with this community property feature, and they could put this stock or any other property into the trust. One of them dies, the other inherits, and the entire value of the trust gets this step up in basis, so they wouldn't owe a federal capital gains tax. Okay, it's totally optional. It's a new kind of trust. It exists in some other states. So now why do we have this weird, federal tax situation? It has to do, I can get into it with questions if you want, but it has to do with the history of how laws were created in the various states. And some states have this kind of feature for all married couples property, all right? And those states are called community property states, and there's a list of them here: Arizona, California, Idaho, Louisiana, Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, Washington, and Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin is the interesting one of that group because the others all started with community property from day one. But Wisconsin in the 70s switched from being like New Hampshire to being like these other states. And they did it deliberately for this exact reason, for this tax reason. And when I was originally in the legislature like 12 years ago, I proposed that we do the same thing like Wisconsin, but the legislature didn't want to, basically because it was too big a change, right? It would change everything, right? It changes all of these kind of property matters. So we didn't do it. But in the meantime, since then, this alternative method of getting this feature, but only getting it optionally, and if you want it, came about. And since then, these other 5 states have adopted community property trusts as a feature of their states. And those are the states of Alaska, Florida, Kentucky, South Dakota, and Tennessee. So this bill is modeled on what we have for Tennessee. I think they were one of the first to do this. And it would just add us to that particular list as having this kind of a trust be an option for people to have. Now, what I find interesting about this list is, except for Kentucky, these are all other states that don't have their own state income tax. So I think it's people who are more sensitive to their citizens paying federal income tax, right? I mean, it's on their minds, I guess. And it also, because they themselves don't have capital gains taxes, then this wouldn't affect them themselves. It's only about federal tax. Okay. Now, one thing you might notice in the bill, it has a fiscal note which says that the cost of the bill is indeterminate because it might preclude certain real estate transfer tax payments. Now, I actually think that when you, for estate planning purposes, create a trust and put in property into that trust, then that isn't a real estate transfer tax event, but it's something I'm not authoritative on that. So I tend to think, you're effectively taking property you own and giving it to yourself under a different name. So there shouldn't be a real estate transfer tax event there. It's only when you sell a property to somebody else, then that's a real estate transfer tax. So I think this is really no cost, but that's something I could look up and find out more about if you thought it was significant. I tend to think if we didn't have the provision in there to say this is not a real estate transfer tax event, then probably very few people would avail themselves of this feature. I mean, it's a nice to have. It's not a end of the world kind of thing. Okay, so that's the fiscal note. And then I have an amendment for you. So it's a brand new bill, but in the meantime, after we created the bill, I was contacted by the Bankers Association, and they pointed out that there's a flaw in the bill in that suppose the husband or wife owns a piece of property that has a mortgage on it. And then they decide to make this property community property by putting it in the trust, right? technically the mortgage is owned by that one person, it is owed by that one person, right? It's, let's say the husband bought a house, got a mortgage on it, then they got married, then they put it into such a trust. Now the house would be owned 50-50 by these two married people, right? So therefore the husband owes the money, but both of them own the property, and you got a problem because maybe the collateral on this loan is not big enough anymore, right? So this amendment takes care of that situation. So it would be both people would still be responsible for the mortgage, or the entire value of the properties, is still on the hook sort of for that mortgage. That's the point of this. So I'm totally on board with this correction. I think that was just a case that we hadn't thought about when we wrote this bill. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions for this? Oh, yes, Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, my friend and representative. I want to ask you about the area that you said you weren't paying much attention to, and that is the reduction in the state's general and education funds that this bill would do. Would you have an objection, since you say the purpose of this bill is not to create a tax shelter system? Would you have any problem with an amendment that took out number 1, which first thing says that an otherwise taxable transfer will become a non-taxable transfer?
Yeah, that's something I would have to look into. I mean, again, it's yeah, I think I would need an attorney to tell me in what case that comes up, because I have a feeling that if you read the real estate transfer tax stuff, it probably says if you create a, I don't know what's the name of the trust, like a I don't know, give me an example of an estate trust, right? I mean, you create a trust for the purpose of estate planning, and you transfer property in that trust, then I'm assuming that under real estate transfer tax, it says we don't, except for that kind of transfer, right? And so this would be the same thing. So I assume that this line is just there because there's another line somewhere else that says I created this other kind of trust, and you see what I mean? So this is intended to be like other trusts, not that it's trying to be some, from the New Hampshire point of view, some kind of weird
May I follow
thing.
up?
Yes.
Regardless of intent or desire and the like, if this bill, and I'm talking about the section 1, creating this exemption from paying the real estate property tax, can you also, do you have information, Glazer on Finance, about how much this provision would cost the taxpayers of the state of New Hampshire? Or even a range, 100 million, 50 million? Do we have any idea from you what this would actually cost the taxpayers?
So again, I would tend to think that if doing this creates a real estate transfer tax event, people wouldn't do it, right? So in my mind, there isn't any cost, but I can I'll find out for you. Number one, I'll look at the rest of this paragraph. I'll look at the rest of RSA 78B:2 and see if there's other exemptions in there for other kinds of trusts, right? Because I have a feeling if you looked at it, there would probably be, all these kind of estate trusts are in there, and this would just be yet another one. So, yeah, I mean, again, it essentially right now, nobody's creating this kind of a trust, right? And so they're not changing the ownership of their property, and therefore there's no tax, right? So I guess I don't see how creating this kind of a trust and somebody just, they still own their, they owned their property before, they own it now, it's just in a different, under a different technical title. I don't see how that's a taxable event. So, but I'll find out a little bit more, and I'll get back to you on if any trust type activity creates real estate transfer events, how much money is involved.
Thank you, Representative.
Sure.
Are there other questions for this witness? Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative McGuire, for taking my questions. I read line 12 on page 2 as giving the grantors of the trust the ability to decide on what the division would be at the dissolution of the marriage. And I'm wondering if I'm reading that correctly.
Okay, so the trust has to be that each person has a 1/2 share in the community property while they're alive. And I think what this is saying is you can say where it goes after dissolution, death, etc. But in general, it's intended that all of the property goes to the other spouse, right? I mean, this is, I have a feeling that when it says death here, this has to do with if both die, they could that's what that's about. It's not about one person dies, because when one person dies with this kind of a trust, the other person inherits. That's the whole point of it.
May I have a
Yes.
follow-up?
Yeah.
But one of the reasons that this would come into effect could be divorce. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, but at time of divorce, then the property is still half and half, right? So it would be part of their divorce settlement what happens to the property. There's no there would be no benefit, I think, to having this as community property in the case of divorce, right? So the only benefit to this has to do with what happens when somebody inherits at the when one becomes a widow or widower. So under divorce, I don't think there's any difference between this kind of trust and regular joint property.
May I
Yes.
follow up?
Yeah.
So in your view, the family division would still have the ability, for example, in a fault divorce in New Hampshire or alimony, would still be able to take the corpus of the trust and say, no, the wife gets 60% and the husband gets 40%. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think you're asking me something beyond my knowledge. So I would tend to think yes, right? But again, the same event, if that's what's allowed with a current, joint checking account or something, then I would say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I lived, just for interest, I mean, I lived in a community property state as an adult for 13 years. And there was nothing odd about all of our accounts were community property, but there was nothing strange about divorce or or other characteristics of those accounts, right? I mean, we both could use them and deal with, use the money in them and things like that. It was just, it was a feature that made a difference. It had two sort of differences. One is that it was the difference in death that we talk about here, and one person inherits all that. But also in a community property state, it's impossible to have sort of your own. If you get income, the marriage gets income. Right? There's not it's not like I can have my own checking account and my income goes to my account, my wife's income goes in her account, and they're completely separate. We can do that here. You cannot do that in a community property state. But that doesn't have anything to do with this trust, because creating this trust doesn't change the basis of our law, right? So,
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, one more.
Yeah, thank you. I just am concerned that the terms in New Hampshire, if this were to be law, that in New Hampshire, the terms of the trust would supersede or become relevant in the divorce and the ability of the court to divide the property. And that's my concern.
I understand. And I guess I'm going to plead ignorance on that one. But I'll see if I can find out about that one too.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking the question. And I'll preface, not a lawyer, not a tax person. In the title, it says it's establishing community property trusts, but I'm having trouble understanding, is this a new type of trust? Or is this a modification to what would otherwise be sort of an existing type of trust in New Hampshire, like a revocable trust, family trust? And is it an either-or situation? Because I'm not really clear, like how would it interact?
So yes, it's an either-or thing. It's like those other trusts, only in the sense that they're trusts, right? So a trust is kind of a box that you put things in, or a title you give to property, right? And it has features, and it has an agreement, and it has all that stuff. But it is a new kind of trust in the sense that only 5 other states have this kind, and we would be the 6th one. That's all.
So quick follow-up.
Sure.
Maybe quick. So if someone's family had a revocable trust in place and wanted to exercise this feature, they would basically have to dissolve their existing trust and move to a community property trust. And could you add all the other features of, a revocable trust into this vehicle? I'm just trying to understand how disruptive this would be.
Can a trust contain another trust?
Well, that's why I was wondering, is it separate or is it a modification? Because it seems like if it's a completely either or, you're either in revocable, say, or in a community trust, then it seems like it could cause a lot of disruption in terms of the way people currently have things set up to move to this.
Thank you for the question. So, again, this is probably beyond my my level. I think we have an attorney coming who you can answer this question. I personally would think that you can't put a trust inside another trust, right? So, so I think you have to put property in trusts, and therefore, yes, you would have to take apart one and to start another. Yes, but again, even if this is not, sort of universally applicable for everybody's situation, there's still plenty of people who could take advantage of this, especially if they're starting fresh, right? I mean, if they're doing their estate planning starting now, this would be yet another option to do, right? So the fact that some people have existing setups that are not applicable to this, that's not a particular reason not to do it, in my opinion.
Other questions? So, and maybe, I'm sorry, Representative Bergeron, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Strange questions, but I'm going to ask them anyway. I guess I'm going to ask you, based on the research that you've done from the other states, can you tell me if there's positive and negatives that came out of that, since some people have already had it effectively, I won't say effectively, but they've obviously already been working with this system, do we know any of the highs and lows of?
Yeah, I think it's, from what I can tell, it's quite simple, and it's, the advantage is the tax advantage I was talking about, and I haven't read any kind of anything negative. I haven't read anybody saying, boy, I had one of these and it screwed me up in such and such a way, or anything like that. So no, I don't see any negatives.
Any surveys you've done?
Yeah.
But okay.
But again, I would say, you know, this is something that's sort of new in the last 10 years, right? So the number of people who have taken advantage of it, who have had deaths, et cetera, is probably not huge, in my, from what I can tell. So.
Just one follow-up, sir.
Sure.
Now, I know that there's, I've heard of a trend even in my neighborhood where, a person of color could not buy directly through channels most other people would. They have to buy the house directly from the owner. So I'm just wondering, would this affect that at all?
Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that kind of a situation. That seems
Well, that's
illegal.
important. I'm just wondering if it's something that could help them versus,
Yeah.
Okay.
The situation you're describing, I think, is illegal, right? So, yeah.
Other
But I was curious. Thank you.
Yeah.
other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Next, we have Ryan Hale and Rob Dittel. Deal. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lynn, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale, Vice President, Government Relations for the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We have 40 member banks that employ roughly 6,000 people in this great state. We're usually not in front of this committee, so it's great to be here today. With me, I have Rob Dietl, our General Counsel from the Gallagher, and Gartrell Law Firm here in Concord, New Hampshire. And we just wanted to make ourselves available to answer any questions committee members may have in regards to the amendment that Representative McGuire brought before the committee, and would like to publicly thank Representative McGuire for considering that amendment.
Okay. And questions for these witnesses? So can I just I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Yep. What this amendment does is it basically says, if you establish a community property trust and some of the property that you put into that trust is subject to a mortgage, the mortgagee, the bank, doesn't get hurt, doesn't lose some right, it doesn't lose sort of half the interest in the property or whatever. Is that basically correct?
Yes. Go ahead, Rob.
That is correct. So the concern that came to my mind is if you have a property that's worth, let's say, $1 million and it has an $800,000 mortgage on it, and you transfer it into one of these trusts, and that's the only asset in the trust. Now, under the legislation before the amendment was introduced, the bank, the creditor, would only be able to try and seek its security interest up to half of the value of that property. And there actually was a spillover issue that the amendment addressed too. While it's not truly within our concern on the Bankers Association side, we suggested language that also addressed lien holders with the thought that this could also impair municipal real estate property tax liens, and making sure that those also weren't going to be impacted. So I think this amendment, the way we've drafted it, also encompasses sort of all creditors and lien holders that might be
They're
out
all
there.
held harmless.
Their interest is going to not be diluted by going into the trust. The other piece is in section C of that area. I don't have the line number, I apologize. This would be line 11. We clarified that obligations incurred by both spouses, it says during marriage was the original language. We clarified that it's during or before marriage, contemplating that there might be scenarios where an unmarried couple has purchased a house together that has a mortgage on it, and they've transferred it into the trust, and then they've later gotten married. And I think the original language had some ambiguity about what the impact of that would be as well. So,
Questions for this, either of these witnesses? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, oh boy, Roger. I'm not sure I could, Gown, I'm sorry, Mr. Gown, just come up, please. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the next bill. Oh, whoops, sorry about that. All right. So is there anyone else here to testify on HB 88? You know what, could I just, do we still have the two, yeah, you know what, I'm sorry, could I ask you to come up, the attorney to come up just for one question? I want to make sure I'm understanding. So I wonder if I could follow up on a question that Representative Turr asked, I think, the prior witness. If I'm understanding correctly, if somebody has an existing trust, let's say, revocable trust, and this law became effective and they didn't change to make their revocable trust a community property revocable trust, the only thing that would happen is they wouldn't get the benefit of this, but there would, am I correct in understanding there would be no, for lack of a better term, affirmative harm to them. They just wouldn't get the benefit of what this bill does.
I'll respond to that question. With a large caveat, which is I'm not a trust and estates attorney, and I didn't view the bill with that lens. However, that being said, looking at it, I believe what a trust and estates attorney would do is if they wanted to have a trust treated as a community property trust, they'd want to do something to specifically invoke that in the trust instrument to say that they're lumping it within this RSA as created. And I don't think there's anything that I observed in reading this that would sort of sua sponte automatically transform one into a community property trust. I think it would have to be a specific election.
So they might have to perhaps do an amendment to the trust saying that the trust that is established as a community property.
That's my reading, subject to that caveat.
Okay. Other questions in light of my question? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else here who wishes to testify on House Bill 88? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 88 and open the hearing on House Bill 98. And I will recognize the prime sponsor. Oh, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, members of the committee. My name's Eric Turr, Representative Turr from Brentwood. And here to introduce House Bill 98. For those who were here in the previous session, you will recognize this as being effectively identical to what was House Bill 1082 during the last session. And I'll explain a little bit about why that is. It is a bill that I brought in response to a constituent request, and Mr. Gown from my town is here, and he will speak to that as well. He and his business attorney basically put this, the idea before me. Made the mistake last time around of using the word simple when introducing the bill because it seemed simple, but will not make that mistake again. And I'll explain it in a minute, but in terms of the disposition of last session's bill, there was some discussion about how this impacts different professions and different professions that use the PLLC, professional limited liability vehicle, for their organization. That went to a subcommittee, and resulted in an amendment to clarify some things in the bill, and then basically passed out of our committee, not unanimous. There were still a couple of reservations, but it went to the floor and passed on a voice vote from the House. In terms of why it's back again, it then went to the other body, and at the hearing, one of the folks that had been on our subcommittee from this committee basically had asked that committee to pause their exec for a minute while the Bar Association's ethics committee was going to meet in a short period of time after that day. And basically what that led to was there was no time left in the session, and they had perceived that there was a problem from the Bar Association. I don't want to speak for the Bar Association, but no problem was ever brought to my attention. So it went to interim study for the concern that there was something that they had not heard. And so that was the termination of the bill in the last session, and that's why it's back essentially in its full form. And again, if there are issues, we're glad to deal with them, but hopefully they're not. So starting off on what this bill is, it's modification to 304 D12, which is the area of law that deals with this particular type of corporate structure called a professional limited liability corporation, or PLLC. And what a PLLC is, my own interpretation of what it is, it's really a combination of a professional services provider organization and a corporate structure that has to be run by and solely run by members of that profession. And so as you'll hear, it originally came out of a veterinary practice, but it touches many other type of professional organizations that have essentially professional licensure. And so you must be a member of that profession in good standing, basically, to be a director officer of the organization. And it presents a problem only in the situation of essentially a solo practice PLLC. They do exist. So there are still solo practitioners, more in some professions than others. And the dilemma is, if the sole member and the corporate directors must all be members of the profession, suddenly becomes unavailable. And that can either be because they died or they lost their standing, to practice within their profession. Then essentially you're left with the situation where, yes, this organization does not currently have a professional to carry out its duties, but it also does not have a director to dispose of or carry forward the organization. If there are more than one member, then the remaining, professional is authorized to continue operating the corporation. But if you're the sole member, it falls into essentially a gray area. And it's dealt with in different ways by different individuals. Some people sort of form a handshake agreement with other professionals that are not part of their organization to sort of jump in at the last minute if something goes wrong, and essentially get appointed by the court to take over and dissolve the organization. But what it amounts to is it essentially kills an otherwise viable organization that could be continued in various ways, by bringing someone else on, another professional, or sold, or, at least something other than essentially dissolution with no value, because the corporation is essentially unable to operate. And so this fixes that by allowing a unique status, which is the appointment of what's called an assistant manager, that is not a professional, is not a member of the association, but only in the instance of a solo practice PLLC can be in the position that if that person becomes unqualified or no longer qualified for whatever reason, that person can step in and continue the corporate directing the corporate side of the PLLC so that it can take whatever actions it needs to, including even, paying people and other things that would no longer be possible. So it allows that person to take that status for a maximum of 1 year, so it doesn't create a continuing situation. And the amendment clarified, although it seems to be covered by the term qualified individual, but that person cannot carry out any professional duties. So if it's a veterinary practice, they can't treat animals. If it's a law practice, they can't, advise clients or manage their funds or anything. So, in order for it to do anything other than essentially dissolve a little more gracefully than it would have otherwise, they would have to take some action to get services from another individual to basically take over that institute. So that's the change that's proposed, and the goal again is to preserve the value and the utility and the of the organization going forward without sort of creating this kind of crisis situation for the entities running it. And with that, take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none? All right. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank
Sherwood.
you.
Mr. Gown.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Roger Gowan. My wife, Dr. Jody Kaufman, is a retired veterinarian who owned a practice in Exeter for 28 years. HB 98 addresses a problem with succession planning for small professional practices like my wife's in New Hampshire. In a single-member limited liability company or professional limited liability company that has an owner-manager but no assistant manager, when the manager dies, the executor of the estate must petition the probate court for an order appointing a person to administer the practice, winding it up and dissolving it or selling it. It can take several months to get such an order from the probate court. During that time, with no one to manage the business, it's likely to lose much of its value. However, if the LLC or PLLC has an assistant manager, that person can immediately step in and manage the practice. Under present law, in order to designate someone as the assistant manager of a PLLC, that person must be licensed in the profession of the PLLC. In our case, although I managed the finances of my wife's business for many years, I was not eligible to be named assistant manager because I am not a veterinarian. In the event of her death, I would have no authority over her business, even as the executor of her estate. I could not pay employees or vendors, hire a relief veterinarian to keep the business going, convert the business to an LLC, or work to wind it up or sell it. Under present law, the licensed professional PLLC owner must identify another licensed professional that they have the utmost trust in, one who is willing to take on such a large responsibility simply as a favor. This is not an easy task for the owner of a small, single-member practice, and it isn't always possible. HB 98 would make it easier for owner-managers to designate an assistant manager, as that person would not need to be licensed within the profession. This person could be the licensed professional spouse or other trusted family member. Of course, the non-professional assistant manager would have a limited time in which to act, would not be permitted to work in the practice in a professional capacity, and would have to act in accordance with the PLC's operating agreement. HB 98 would help ensure that the interests and desires of the owner of a small professional practice would be kept paramount in the resolution of the business. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to answering your questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify regarding HB 98? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 98, and we're a little bit early to start the hearing on HB 111, so we'll take a brief recess. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah.
Also tough.
Bill, and he sent in a testimony, which I'm going to ask you all to read. So I will put it in my late terms as I understand it and as I believe in it when we talk about it.
Okay, sure, sure. No, that's fine. Okay. Oh, no, you're good. We'll get, I hope we'll, the other hearing will not take us over, but I don't think, yeah.
Famous last word.
Right. How many of those easy bills have gone 3 hours?
Right, exactly, exactly.
Next one.
Oh, okay.
Not just-
Yep.
I don't understand the bill, let alone his testimony. Or his tweets. It being 2 o'clock, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 111, and I'm going to recognize Representative Lynn to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to introduce HB 111, which is it's a very simple bill. It simply extends the life of the right to know ombudsman, which under current law will expire on June 30th of this year for another 2 years. I did this after speaking with the ombudsman, who informed me of that. Until he had informed me, I frankly wasn't aware that the statute had that the establishment of the ombudsman had a cutoff period. I should say that, just being completely candid, when I introduced the bill, I thought there's nothing controversial about this whatsoever. We're going to extend the ombudsman was established a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, maybe more, but certainly very recently. And it just seemed to me that it made sense to give it at least 2 more years to see how it was working out. Since that time, I have been told that some people have different views about about whether having the ombudsman is a good idea or not. And I have to say, honestly, that is something that I guess I would want to, and I hope that you will want to hear more information on that issue, because I had not, as I said, I sort of thought that this was just completely non-controversial, and we were extending it for 2 years, and that was kind of the end of it. But if there are concerns, then I want to hear them just as much as I think you would want to hear them. And I guess the other thing I would say is this is something, just candidly, I have not discussed this issue with the leadership of my party, and I don't know whether those of you on the other side have discussed the issue with the leadership of your party as to knowing what leadership on either side thinks about this. And that, again, obviously that would make a difference to me, and I assume it would make a difference to the people on the other side. So that's kind of, I introduced the bill, and I think I hope you will listen to the other witnesses that are here, and we'll have a chance to get some further input all around before we exec this bill, which will not be today. And other than that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. I received, as I think all of us did, a very thoughtful, careful letter expressing concern, and I read it, and it was from someone from Rochester in Stratford County, where I live, and there was nothing in that letter that was critical in any way of the ombudsman or the office of the ombudsman. It was critical of the way a particular city, in this case Rochester, had behaved. And is that the kind of complaint that you are referring to?
No, you're right. I did see that letter, and I agree with you completely. That was not in any way being critical of the ombudsman. It was being critical of the way particular people in Rochester had handled that. So no, that was not it. But I have heard some grumblings from people, including other reps, about whether it's really worth having the ombudsman, or whether it would be better to just not continue that and go back to the old process of going to Superior Court. The only thing I would say there is, I think it's important to keep this in mind. If it turned out to be the conclusion of the legislature that we should not continue the ombudsman, bear in mind we would have to make some changes to some other laws or at least other aspects of the right to know law, including, for example, one that we just passed last year, which says that, we allowed costs to be obtained by municipalities for if there was an excessive number of email requests, and there's a provision in that legislation that requires that provides for the ombudsman to review certain aspects of that. So if we were to eliminate the ombudsman, I think we would at the very least have to make some changes to that statute to say, that function would be performed again by the Superior Court. So anyway, I'm just saying that, there may be just eliminating the ombudsman, if that was if anybody's intent, might not be quite that simple. And I'm not suggesting that we should or should not. I'm sort of open to hearing further discussion on this.
Could I ask one follow-up?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I believe that the work of the legislature is done in committee. That's why I think it's incredibly important that every member of the legislature serve on a committee, because we all know that's where the heavy lifting takes place. So I would like to just ask you, so do you really believe that a committee should begin by listening to a directive from leadership, from people who aren't on the committee that's doing the heavy lifting?
No, I guess what I was saying, when you say listen to, I mean, if leadership on either side, I mean, my party from my side and your party from your side, it said, we have a view that it's important to keep the ombudsman's office in place on the one hand, or it's important to get rid of it on the other hand, I mean, that would have significant impact on me. I guess I would want to, I would certainly be asking the question, why do you have the view you have? But it would be something that would be important to me in my thinking on the matter.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other questions of this witness? Representative Andrus?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chair. Is there data available as to how many cases have actually gone in, how many has been settled, and what the total cost it is to run that office?
I believe that information is available, and that it may be that one of the witnesses who's going to testify after me has that information. I will say that I have met I think it was during the summer that I met with the ombudsman, and he had, a pretty good list of how many cases he had heard, that kind of thing. He had a pretty good bit of information, and I assume he still has that and has probably updated it. So I think the short answer to your question is yes, that information is available.
Thank you.
Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the question. And it maybe sort of builds on the last two things and even your opening statement. I'm curious about the logic of just extending it for 2 years versus removing the sunset provision, and saying if at some point down the line we think this is not worth it or whatever, that we would act to terminate the ombudsman affirmatively. And it sort of ties to the question of what the metrics are that we or the legislature as a whole are going to look to see whether or not this is or isn't in a couple of years functional. And I think the ones that Representative Andrus mentioned are a couple that I think probably fit in there, but I didn't know if there was any thinking about why an extension is still sort of on a trial basis when it's kind of tied into a number of other functions that seem to fit well there.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think, you raise a good point. I think, my thinking in putting it in to extend it for another 2 years was that it was relatively new, and we didn't have a lot of information about how it was working. you know, when I met with the ombudsman, I was, you know, I thought he made a very good presentation. I thought, you know, it seemed to me that he was doing his job as he thought he should be doing it. But I also, my basic reason for not sort of saying let's make it permanent was it was new, and I just thought it made more sense to, you know, extend it for a set period of time, and then maybe after that period of time, if you know, it would make sense to make it permanent. But I hear what you're saying, and you know that you raise a valid point.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Representative Bergeron? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how's it going at this point with the ombudsman? Would this be more overwhelming? Do we hire more, or how's the office working?
Well, what I would say is, and I think you want to hear from the ombudsman, you know, who will give you more detailed information.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But my understanding is that the ombudsman has been very busy and has worked, you know, and I think has had a lot to do over the time that he's been the ombudsman. One of the things that I think it's important to understand, and I think he'll tell you this, is the office of the Right to Know Ombudsman is him. That's it. When I met with him, his office was in the basement of the State House Annex building. Not what we would call lush quarters at all. And literally, I mean, he does all the work. When stuff has to go out, he mails it out or emails it out or does all that stuff. It's not like, you know, my assistant is going to handle this or handle that. There is no assistant. He does it all. And so, you know, one of the things that I think we have to think about is it may, as a practical matter, if this position is going to be, if the position is going to go on, it may be that there needs to be additional resources. And the fact that there needs to be additional resources may be something that goes into the question of whether it's worth extending the office. Because, you know, in some sense, this is an alternative to the Superior Court. Is it a better alternative? Is it not? I think it's something we ought to think about. And I don't have really a position on that.
Representative Tripp?
Thank you. It seems that you've impugned that the ombudsman is going to testify. Will someone from his office be here today?
I believe he is. His whole office
seems like he could answer a lot of the questions.
Yes, and I'm sure he will. I mean, when I met with him, he was very diligent in providing information. So I'm sure he will be able to do that.
Any other questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you.
I have one more. I'm sorry.
Representative Bergeron?
I just wanted to know that if we didn't do this and then we had more people going in the court system, which one would you prefer for our constituents? I know how to answer.
Well, I mean, the court system, if a case goes to court, then the court system has more there's not, the judges have staff and, you know, that kind of, so the court system has more resources. On the other hand, I think it is certainly true that if we didn't have the ombudsman, all of the cases that are now being handled by the ombudsman would go to the court. And so the court would have more, to do. So it's, I think that to me, the ombudsman certainly does defer some cases that would otherwise go to court, even though it's true that there can still be an appeal from the ombudsman to court.
And it's just him right now.
Literally just him. And unless he's gotten better offices since I talked with him, he's in the basement of the State House Annex.
Just one more follow-up, sir.
Last one.
I'll just hurry. So at this point, do you think that I guess I could just ask him if he would benefit from an additional person, whether it be assistant.
You could do that. Heads up.
You can certainly.
Well,
yeah.
no, I mean, if we're not doing one, should we make the other one,
Right.
if there's even any areas of inefficiency, or maybe not, but you probably want help, but thank you, sir.
So just as an aside, I think I mentioned when I met with the ombudsman that he's in the basement, and I believe, I'm not sure about that. I don't think there's any windows, but because I think I remember saying to him, when I first started out as a judge, they had me in the basement of the Superior Court in Manchester, and there were no windows in the basement. So I got a picture that I hung on the wall of a window. And that was my window, and I was thinking maybe I give it to him for his office. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? That's Representative Kutab.
Would you think that it would be if say we weren't to pass this bill, would you think that it would be cost prohibitive for some to enforce right to know type cases if we weren't to pass this? Because the filing fee, if I remember correctly, is $280 in Superior Court versus it's only $25 with the ombudsman. Do you perceive that to be a potential issue for parties that maybe might not be able to afford that fee?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I think there's no question that that's true. There are provisions generally in the Superior Court rules, to waive the fees. There's discretion to waive the fees in certain cases if a person can't afford. And I assume that those would apply to these kind of cases. But you're right. I mean, as a general proposition, it costs a lot more to go to court.
Now, are there any more questions?
That's it.
Okay.
Kidding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it Thomas Kerr? Okay, I'll ask you to come up next.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Thomas Kerr, K-E-H-R. It's pronounced Kerr, but I go by a lot of things. I'm happy to answer some of your questions, but I can give you a little overview of my office, which I think is probably helpful to know what's going on. So I've got a little bit of information for you and see what we can do. So the Office of Right to Know Ombudsman, that's commonly known as the RKO because Right to Know Ombudsman is hard to say, is an independent executive branch state agency, and it was created by Laws 2022, Chapter 250. Even though it was created in 2022, it was first staffed by me on January 27, 2023, and it remains staffed by me today. It's established with goals that sometimes can be a little bit competing, providing the public with a simpler, less expensive, and faster alternative to the Superior Court in resolving complaints under RSA 91A, the Right to Know law. That's the sum and substance of what I can do. I can't address other matters, just RSA 91A, and I look at everything through the lens of RSA 91A. That's different than a court. I mean, sometimes people have disputes that involve a 91A dispute, and I have to say, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not a court. I can only address 91A issues. I began taking inquiries, receiving cases almost immediately, meaning that I had to perform the functions of the agency even when I was establishing the agency and its procedures. It's currently set by law to expire July 1st, 2025, at which time my current term of office will also expire unless that's renewed by the Governor Executive Council. Not surprisingly, I support House Bill 111. Broadly, I believe that it generally takes more than 2 years for an agency to create itself and then determine whether it's been a successful one-man operation. Again, my scope of functions is limited to RSA 91A, and I have to, on many occasions, I have to explain that to people what that means. I spend a lot of time explaining things. I hear cases involving all levels of state and local government. That includes agencies of the state itself, cities, towns, counties, school districts, other entities. As of today, my office has received, now I'm going to have to use a word that I use, inquiries. I have received 277 inquiries. That is, people contacting me about all kinds of things. Of the 277 inquiries that I've received, 77 to date have become actual filed cases. 43 of the inquiries became right to know requests to me, or the substantial equivalent. And currently I've closed 47 matters and I have 29 matters open. There's a little bit of difference in those numbers because some of my cases have been consolidated. There are procedural things that kind of change the two numbers I gave you. But 77 cases to date filed, 47 open, and 47 closed, 29 open. During the duration of the office, the time of filing to final disposition varies greatly. That depends on the issues that are involved in the case, procedural matters like someone wants an in-camera review, which is me actually looking at a document which might have been withheld or redacted in order to determine whether it should have been delivered. What types of motions the parties file, including requests for continuance, rescheduling proceedings, which happens quite often. And to a great extent, the duration of a case depends on the willingness of the parties to engage in the processes that I've established. I have my oldest case is from back in October of 2023. As the parties to that case are aware, that matter involved a plethora of procedural matters. And for my planning purposes, I maintain a narrative docket of each case's history, and so that I can keep track of what's going on. Occasionally, I make that available to the public in general after I've made sure I have no spelling errors. The shortest period from filing to conclusion on a case was an expedited proceeding. That was 8 days from filing to done. My first case, as I said, was received almost immediately after I took the oath of office. My newest case was filed about a week ago. The number of cases I get have fluctuated between 0 and 8 a month, of which all of them require some immediate attention by me. And yes, I am the only person. My office is administratively attached to the Department of State for administrative purposes only. What that means is that my payroll is run through them. I have some assistance in actually posting things on my website. I actually do the content, but the physical posting is done by someone over there. Other than that, from beginning to end, that's me. First thing I need to do in a case is within 3 days, I need to let the respondent know that there's been a claim against them. So I do the photocopying, send that out. They have 20 days to respond to that. And between the 21st and the 60th day, I either can grant, deny, or under RSA 541A 29, schedule an adjudicated proceeding and a pre-hearing conference. Almost all my cases have a pre-hearing conference and then the adjudicated proceeding, or at least a pre-hearing conference, which is held in Concord. And then perhaps we can resolve things on motions, or perhaps we need an adjudicated proceeding. And I try to encourage at pre-hearing conferences, I try to encourage the parties to talk with each other. I believe that that's sometimes more effective in person. And I encourage them to speak with each other and see if the matter could be informally resolved between the parties without a full hearing. In part, I do that because RSA 541A 38 provides that as a matter of state policy, except to the extent precluded by law, informal settlement of matters by non-adjudicated processes is encouraged. And I try to do that encouragement at a pre-hearing conference. Again, my hearings are routinely held in Concord, where my office is located, although my next hearing is on Friday, and that's in the town of Grafton. Standard case, I would say, generally takes a few months from beginning to end, given some of the timeframes that are built into the statute and some of the things that need to get done. At times, just the filing of a case motivates parties to have a conversation and leads to a speedy resolution between them by having a talk about what's going on. And at times I think that the existence of the office itself sometimes results in willingness of parties to discuss and potentially resolve matters without my actual intervention. So since I deal with contested cases, which by definition involve two sides, and on which I ultimately have to be the decision maker, I suspect at least 50% of those who deal with my office will be dissatisfied with the result. I'm lucky if so I do my best. Apart from handling cases inquiries during the first period of my operation, I had to establish and update a web presence. There's a web page now. It's more information about my office there. You can find that through the Secretary of State's website, although it is clearly identified as mine, not the Secretary of State's. I had to establish operational rules through the process of RSA 541A. If some of you are familiar with RSA 541A, that is not a quick process. I had a number of voluntary public hearings at which a fair number of people showed up. So I adopted my administrative rules. Those were based upon the model rules for adjudicated procedure established by the Department of Justice. They were reviewed by the Office of Legislative Services Rules Unit. They were finalized by my agency after a lot of public comment hearings. They were approved without objection by the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, and they became effective on May 20th, 2024. So now my rules are in effect. Since I'm a one-man outfit that faces potential dissolution on July 1st or June 30th, the rules unfortunately contain a provision which I think is probably unique. The rules actually say, and this is in RKO 218.02 and .03, that says, what happens to my cases if I die, become incapacitated, or if my agency isn't around anymore? So I wrote a rule about my own demise. The rules also highlight the ethical obligations that I'm subject to. I'm subject to a lot of different ethical obligations, being a state employee, being an attorney. Been an attorney now since 1986, however long that is. What's that? 38 years. The existence of a provision about what happens should I die highlights the difficulty with having one-man operation, as does the fact that I'm required by ethical rules to recuse myself from a case if I believe that that's in order. I had to do that on one occasion. I had to recuse myself because I did not feel as though I should be sitting on it under the standards and guidelines that are applicable to me. Where does that leave someone? Well, it doesn't leave them with the Office of Right to Know Ombudsman because I can't sit on the case. That kind of highlights the difficulty with one-man operation, apart from all the stuff. My first annual report is due on February 15th. It's due to this committee. So I'll be doing an annual report to you folks on or before the 15th. I'm doing my best to get it done ahead of time. That report goes to this committee, Senate Judiciary, Governor Executive Council, Chief Justice Supreme Court, Chief Justice Superior Court. My workload, that's entirely dependent on whether a member of the public has a dispute with a state, local, county government that they can't informally resolve, and if they elect to bring that matter to me. That's a general overview of my office, and yes, I am in the basement on, well, I'm told to call it the ground floor. I'm in the basement, and I have half a window. I have a window that you can see the bottom part of cars from. And you're welcome to come by. It's room 12 down the bottom of State House Annex. I get plenty of walk-ins. So that's a little overview of my office. And what can I answer for you?
Questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
We got a letter from the, everybody in the committee got a letter from a citizen, and not to get too much into the specifics of that case, but, and that person, I think, may be testifying soon, but like they talked about, person talked about that they sought assistance from a friend, and you gave permission, and that friend apparently was not an attorney.
Representative Horgan, I'm not
getting into
sure. I think you want to be careful about asking him about specific cases.
Okay, but like,
Thank you,
so
Representative
who are you allowed to like have? What are the rules are like? Who are you allowed to have represent you if you don't feel confident pursuing the whole thing by yourself? And
There's no requirement in my office that anyone be represented by an attorney. That goes for the town, and that goes for other people. I have in my administrative rules that came up in rulemaking about whether there should be some type of limits on who can come in and who can't come in. That's been reserved. There's actually a section of the rules that says reserved of common representation. And that's in case it wants to come up again. I frankly have not seen the need to do that. And I also want to point out that prohibiting representation by anyone other than an attorney works for both sides. I have a good number of cases where a municipality is represented by their town administrator or someone else who's not the attorney. Yeah, that's up to the people as far as I'm concerned as to who they want to have be the representative. And if they adhere to the rules, they adhere to the rules.
All right, other questions? Yes, Representative Katab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Attorney Kerr. Would you feel like, since this is more intended to be like a citizen to citizen type of a resolution process, that perhaps it would be appropriate if there was a like kind of a two-pronged piece where, one, if there was no compensation exchange for a friend helping somebody out with a case like this, there was no exchanging of compensation of any kind, that they be exempt from potentially be considering unauthorized practice of law. And then B, if the ombudsman office, although they're all remedies available under RSA 91A8 are available to the ombudsman, if one piece of that was exempted, and that piece would be from awarding the reimbursement of attorney fees. And the reason I ask that is because it seems as though, and this is in more than one case, but it's kind of like a retaliatory automatic filing where, you know, if there is an attorney involved, that attorney is claiming, hey, if you lose, I'm going to make you have to pay the attorney fees. So it's kind of discouraging the citizen from using the process. What would you think about that?
I haven't given a lot of thought to that. I've had cases where both sides have requested remedies under RSA 91A8. And if someone doesn't have an attorney, then the attorney's fees aren't available. I don't think I can say anything more than that at this point. I mean, and in regard to mention of unauthorized practice of law, that's not my jurisdiction. My jurisdiction is to say who can represent people in front of me.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Smith.
Am I correct in saying that there is no requirement that either party be represented by an attorney, and having someone there as a friend of either side does not mean in any way that they are putting themselves forward as an attorney?
I don't want to make any generalizations, because that kind of depends on the facts of particular cases. But I can't answer that. That's not my jurisdiction. All I can do is say I have no prohibition on a person representing another person if they're not an attorney.
Thank you.
Other questions for this Representative Katab?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me ask the question, Chairman Lennon. Thank you for taking one more question. You mentioned the pre-hearing conference, which is informal, and I guess just from a procedural standpoint, I was curious. I've noticed that in other states, sometimes the ombudsman, after just getting the filing and getting, an answer back from the respondent, they're able to quickly just say, oh, this is really cut and dry. You have to give these records. And oftentimes that'll just be, an order that's emailed 3 days later and the parties don't even have to appear. Is that something potentially that your office would be able to do, so that way everybody that comes out wouldn't have to take a day out of work to come in for a hearing, or no?
That happens in some cases. I mean, in some cases, there is no pre-hearing conference because the matter is resolved prior to the pre-hearing conference. Frequently, it's resolved by informal agreement. Sometimes I've resolved cases on pleadings that just say a motion to dismiss, for example. No reason, ask for the case to be dismissed. If there's a reason to dismiss it, it's dismissed. There's no pre-hearing conference. Or somebody can ask for a ruling in their favor, essentially a motion for summary judgment. there's no need to have a pre-hearing conference. I've had, for example, an expedited proceedings. I know in expedited proceedings, I know, because some of those involve things like I don't only do, can you get records? I also do, was that a proper meeting? Was the notice of the meeting proper? Sometimes those would have to be done a little bit more quickly because that usually comes up right before a meeting. But not all my cases end up with a pre-hearing conference. They can, and the majority have, but not all.
Thank you.
Other questions for, yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It appears to me that for us to judge whether to extend the ombudsman's office by 2 years using, performance criteria is kind of useless, since you've only recently actually finally got your office set up to where you have a website and you have rules. Do you think that those two conditions will improve the performance of your office?
I'm torn on how to answer that, because I think I'm doing just about as well as I can under the circumstances. However, it is clearer to people now than it was when I started what I'm doing. Originally, I had to explain everything about here's what's going to happen. Here's what you're doing. I still do that to some extent, but now I can say, take a look at the rules, take a look at my website, and so forth. So I think it makes it much easier for participants in the process. I do things basically the same way. My rules were based upon Justice 800, which basically sets up how you do things. And the things that were open, I tried to explain in letters. I still try to do that individually. Each case that comes in, first of all, I photocopy the complaint. I actually locate which people in the municipality are the ones that are supposed to be notified under my rules, because those are specific people. You can't just send it to anybody in the town. It's usually 2 or 3 people. And then I do a cover letter that says, here's how the process generally goes. Here's where you find my rules, and so forth. So I think when you talk about that improvement, I think that improvement has already probably been implemented to some degree.
Other questions? Representative Tur.
Maybe somewhat related, and maybe somewhat related to the questions that I asked Representative Lynn as the sponsor. Assuming this passes and 2 years, we or some people that look like us find ourselves back judging this again, do you have a sense of what metrics we should use to determine the effectiveness of your office?
I think that you could do things like number of cases that were answered in that were addressed inside the statutory time periods, and I believe that that's a good metric. I'm kind of torn on what else, because you can't really have a decision-based metric, right? Because I'm a neutral. And you can't say, well, this many times it went this way, this many times it went that way. You can't really do that. You can really only do things about how the process is working and if the process failed. And I don't have another metric for that.
Other questions? So I guess I have a question, Mr. Kerr. I'm wondering, what would you think if, suppose that your position was changed from not so much being another adjudicator. Suppose we change the position to make you what I would refer to as something I would think of when you talk of an ombudsman. In other words, right. Suppose we made your position more like the consumer advocate before the PUC, so that we said, you don't get to decide anything, but somebody who thinks that a municipality or the state has not treated them fairly with regard to the right to know law they can come to you. And if you think so too, or if you think they have a valid case, then you'll represent them before the court. For free, maybe free of charge or whatever.
Yeah, that has been suggested by people, that because the name says ombudsman, they ought to be doing something different. However, the statute doesn't set it up.
Oh, no, I agree.
And my office could have that function, but it couldn't have that function with one person. You could have someone that performs that function in the office, but they would have to be different from the function that the person that decides the case.
Right. Right. No, I was just saying, what if we were, instead of having both, we just said that your function, the function of your office would be not to decide cases, but to advocate.
I leave that to the determination of the legislature.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Bevel, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee. I'd like to make judicial notice that in the 25 years that I've been coming to testify, this is the first time I've ever got a parking place right in front of the door. So I'm considering today a great day. So anyway, excuse me. My name is Robert Bevel, and I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of the House Bill 111 to extend the position of the right to know ombudsman for an additional 2 years. By trade, I have been a 30-year IT professional as a director of infrastructure and process analysis. I have an engineering degree from the University of Texas and several professional certificates in networking, program management, and data center operations. At the age of 50, I returned to law school and graduated with honors in 2016. During the summer of 2016, I interned for Judge Robert Cornetta of Lawrence District Court in Massachusetts. Later, I graduated in 2018 from Suffolk Law with letters of distinction for 2 Masters of Law degree in intellectual property, information technology law, and biotechnology and health laws. I have written several appellate and amicus briefs on constitutional and disability laws. I recently completed the Department of Education Commissioner Frank Edelbluth's request, a parent's guide to the special education due process hearings. And although I don't actively practice law, I have advocated for many parents and special education students for 10 years. It is because of my involvement in the special ed community that I made the acquaintance of the Rochester native, of whom you received a letter, who assisted me in the development of the Parents Guide for the Department of Education. She relayed to me her personal experiences with filing under the Office of the Right to Know Ombudsman and the weaponization of the process that she had experienced at the hands of the Rochester City Attorney. After reviewing her right to know request and the rules governing the RKO, I agreed to advocate for her for no compensation. The attorney for the city of Rochester immediately began unscrupulous lawfare tactics against me and the citizen in a complete abuse of the process. I was twice investigated by the Attorney General's office for the unauthorized practice of law, even though the RKO already ruled that this is not a court, but he has the authority of a superior court judge on matters involving RSA 91A. In the case of Rochester School Department number 1 and 2, RKO 2023-27, it is still pending before the Ombudsman as its longest running case. I am here in support of extending the position of the right to know Ombudsman, but this enabling bill as written does not go far enough to empower the Ombudsman to do his job efficiently. First, the RKO needs additional staff, at least a shared office manager and a paralegal to assist with the overwhelming caseload of work. Second, the Ombudsman needs to be moved to a more respectable office rather than the basement broom closet in the Secretary of State's office. Third, the Ombudsman's budget request for the funding of a citizen's guide to filing a right to know request should be granted. And fourth, the Ombudsman needs to be reminded that he already has the authority under RSA 91A 7B3F to, quote, make any finding and order any remedy to the same extent as provided by the court under RSA 91A 8, unquote. This includes 1, the power to compel witness testimony, and 2, the power to investigate administrative acts of agencies that the ombudsman has reason to believe may be contrary to law, unfair, unreasonable, oppressive, arbitrary, based on a mistake of fact, based on improper, irrelevant grounds, supported by inadequate statement of reasons, performed in an inefficient or discourteous manner, or otherwise erroneous. I would like to share with the committee that Ombudsman Attorney Thomas Kerr has done a phenomenal job despite the huge workload, the lack of resources, and the severe disrespect he has received from the City Attorney of Rochester. Yes, it has been a bumpy start. Yes, it could be less litigious. But that requires the Ombudsman's ability to restrain the lawfare tactics of the town's and city legal representatives. And finally, the RKO should continue to be a citizen-friendly forum to ask for and receive the public records of our government without fear of retribution, legal action, or reprisals by our own city governments for simply asking for public documents. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please vote for the bill.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Better now.
Is that written testimony that you can submit to the
Yes,
committee?
ma'am. I
Thank
have
you very
copies for
much.
everyone. Yes.
Yeah.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call on Catherine Coco, please.
Good afternoon, honorable Judiciary Committee members. My name is Catherine Coco. I represent Right to Know New Hampshire. We are an all-volunteer grassroots group of individuals concerned with transparency and the effective implementation of RSA 91A in keeping with the spirit of public access to public information. We've been involved in the formation of right to know related legislation since approximately 2012, including the creation of the Ombudsman's Office. We have a very broad base of members and interested participants who have real world experience and are often in very nuanced applications of the right to know law. Right to Know New Hampshire strongly supports HB 111, which reauthorizes the Office of the Ombudsman for an additional 2 years. As Attorney Kerr stated, I had an informal conversation with him. I had some of the same data. He's received approximately 275 inquiries with 76 different respondents and had 43 cases since the inception of the office. Some of those cases reflect consolidated inquiries. Some of those inquiries never become cases, so the counting is a little bit difficult to follow, I understand. The importance of this office is in its role as an alternative to Superior Court, a less formal and less costly means for requesters to get clarification on the practices that public bodies use when they are implementing the right to know law. And I can speak from meaningful experience. I have gone through both a lengthy and very costly year-long right to know court process, which is one of the reasons I'm in the role I am now, and an adjudicative process with the right to know ombudsman. Even though the Ombudsman's Office was still forming at the time when I filed my complaint, I believe I was the third case, maybe, something right up on the top of that list. The process there was much simpler than the court process that I had undergone the year before. Also, my Superior Court judge didn't seem to know or particularly dive into the nuance of the right to know law. The RKO understands the right to know law and its precedents and is able to articulate those throughout the course of the process as you go through it. This is an area of law where it is hard to find both attorneys and judges who are deep in the weeds on the application of 91A. But it is critically important as it is the only statute guaranteeing access to government information by a layperson. In my right to know case with the RKO, which I'm providing as an example, the town of Milford had held an emergency meeting. Under RSA 91A, the reason for that emergency meeting must be given in the minutes of the meeting. That is done in part to justify lack of sufficient notice that's provided to the public, because an emergency meeting is usually 24 hours, within 24 hours or something like that. The chair of the board in that case decided that the reason for the non-public meeting would be given, or the reason for the meeting would be given in the non-public session of the minutes. Therefore, checking the box, fulfilling the requirement as far as he was concerned and the board was concerned, but not telling the public what the reason was that justified having an emergency session without any notification to the public. I challenged that decision and I won. The reason for the meeting must be publicly available. The RKO stressed that, and the town was required to revise their minutes appropriately and include that. This is a very simple case and a type of action that by itself would not have been corrected if simply correcting that required an entire court case. And there are many examples that we at Right to Know see when people call us and ask us questions about actions that have been taken. They don't rise to the level of needing to go through court, but they start to add up to create a lack of transparency in the way that things are done. Many towns take small actions like these in interpreting the statute as they see it without any recourse to the public other than that expensive court case. The Ombudsman's Office provides a much needed alternative for course correction, and however, in my case and in others, it is true public bodies are bringing in legal counsel, something that I didn't expect. I think the originators of the Ombudsman's Office anticipated it would be slightly less formal. They are bringing in legal counsel and fighting procedural corrections using legal tactics that weren't foreseen by the committee that created the office. That's why you're hearing some of this feedback, particularly about Rochester, but it is not unique to Rochester. When I met in my pre-trial conference with the Ombudsman's Office, town council was very clear with me that if I was not willing to do a declaratory judgment with the town of Milford, meaning that we both submit our arguments only in writing and forego an oral hearing, which was something I wanted to do anyway, he would be pursuing attorney's costs for me based on what he claimed were an excessive number of requests to the town of Milford. Now, I'm in a role where I'm fairly confident that I understand what that threshold is and wasn't concerned about that particular threat and went ahead with a declaratory judgment. But it is something that is held over the heads of people who are inexperienced with the system, that the town is going to come after them for those fees because they feel that they can get them through the Ombudsman's Office in addition to as an alternative to getting them through court. It was not intended to be used by attorneys, but communities are choosing to send their legal counsel, and then they're asking why they have to shell out those costs. I would encourage you, it sounds like most have read the emailed testimony from Right to Know member and Rochester resident Tracy Walbridge about the situation that she encountered in Rochester. I do think that is very unique. That is not what the majority of the cases are like. Finally, and probably most significantly, the RKO is not resourced. We would like to see them receive resources that would provide him with basic supplies, administrative support, a support role that is qualified to serve as an advocate. Because he is the person who is handling all of the hearings, he has to be impartial. He cannot discuss situations or give advice. So there is no one that an individual can pick up the phone and call and say, hey, I'm in this situation. What does the law say about this? What kind of conversation should I be having with my municipality? I think there was some hope the office would do that. If he had someone that he could bifurcate that responsibility off to, then the office would be able to be of more assistance in that way. And finally, he has mentioned the need for a user's guide. I think that would be extremely helpful for people. Right now, they're trying to navigate using the administrative rules that have been put together. Right to Know New Hampshire did weigh in on those, but I do think that it would be easier for someone to navigate if they had a user-friendly document that could guide them through the filing process. I will conclude my testimony here, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Katuk.
Thank you for allowing my question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you elaborate a little bit more on, I guess, what the biggest difficulties that you've seen for those who are using the Ombudsman Office? Like, are there, just you talk to a lot of different people throughout the day, and what are you hearing from those who are in your organization?
I think the challenge is that they are not attorneys, so it is navigating a quasi-legal process and understanding some of the language that comes from the RKO's office. He's very clear in his communications about what is needed, but it's in a very structured way that most people aren't used to communicating in. So I think that's the biggest challenge, and that if we could simplify that in some way, that would be great. I would not like to see the need for that become a barrier to continuing the office. The office is providing a service that has been tremendously helpful in preventing people from needing to go to court and in solving resolving cases that probably wouldn't otherwise be heard.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very informative.
Now, next, the person's first name is Joe. And I assume that must be you, but I'm not quite sure Joe. Okay, wow. All right. I didn't.
HAAS. Good afternoon from Gilmanton. I put down 1.5 minutes.
Okay, then that's the same card. Go ahead, Mr. Haas. Welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on the past tense, I have taken a right to know case in Ashland back in the 1980s to the Superior Court in Grafton County, and I won the case. That was on trying to get the town lease on a tax sale of my property. I cited a union leader case on that and won it. And I didn't get attorney's fees because I didn't hire an attorney, but I should have gotten something, I think. So let me just tell you what I put into the Belmont case, case number 2024-24, that's with the ombudsman. I cited out.
Are you're going to? Is this a case that's still pending?
Yes.
I don't think we want to hear about it.
No, I'm not going to tell you the details of the case. It's just based on documents. The previous speaker talked about hearings and postings and stuff like that. I'm just talking about documents that I want from this town and some other places. The common denominator is out west, KingCast, Chris King. I don't know if you remember him. He used to be in the state and filming Kelly Ayotte everywhere she goes and stuff. But anyways, he found a case out there that I cited in the Belmont case, and it says that the penalty upon the person withholding the documents that are supposed to be released within 5 business days, for each day over that, the $7 per day per page charge is applicable. And I think in the statute, he has the power to fine the opposition that did not comply with the statute up to $2,000. So my suggestion is perhaps you could put in there that the litigant, the complainant, could get maybe 10% as a finder's fee, as a whistleblower amount to offset their expenses.
All right. Any questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to, Lori Ortolano. I think I've got that right.
Good afternoon. You got it perfect. Nice to see you all. Couple quick things. So I did a quasi-judicial hearing with the BTLA. When I first started with issues with my property, I had the choice of going into Superior Court or through the Board of Tax and Land Appeal for my property appeal. And looking back, having no experience at all, best decision I made was going to the BTLA. It's much less formal. It's quasi-judicial. It's a panel of 3 that do land disputes all day, every day. And it was easy. The forms, the office, interfacing, it was easy. Now, they have more resources than Attorney Kerr in that there's 2 assistants and the 3 members and I think 1 other part-time person. So they're resourced pretty well. But I will tell you, looking back, I thought that was great. And anyone who ever calls me that is entering into a property abatement appeal, I always say go to the BTLA. Because the courts are busy. They focus on all kinds of law. They're not specifically focused on land issues. You get this focus group. And those 3 individuals up there, I thought were very talented, very knowledgeable. Now, regarding the court versus the ombudsman, and I'm here representing Right to Know New Hampshire as well as a member. And I support this legislation. I know there could be some amendments to it, but I'd like to see this office keep going and have an opportunity to develop a little more. I think it's extremely worthwhile. And I have not used the office for various reasons, which I'll explain. But I think the ombudsman office, when it comes to costs, clearly it's less costly, just from a filing standpoint. Citizens have a much easier ability to get in there on $25 and going into the court system and paying the $280. The other thing is, the Superior Court system, when you file and you're wrapped into that Turbo Court and Odyssey system for filing, it's pretty darn dated. It is difficult when you're a citizen working through the court process of getting your website, logging on, filing the proper forms, following up, it is really complicated. It is really hard. You have to call for assistance often. I don't think that I'm a pro se litigant. I don't think we're the most liked people because we're time consuming, because we don't get it, you know, and we're burdensome. So when you go to an office like the ombudsman, where that's pretty much all they deal with, or the BTLA, that's all they deal with, people like individuals who are not represented. They have a lot of patience for us, and they have a lot less complexity built in. So I think the user friendliness of the forms is very important. Time, the courts are busy. I think they're very understaffed. They may have staff, like judges may have assistants, but I was shocked to learn in Superior Court, each judge doesn't have their own personal assistant. They share them with other judges. I was shocked. Nashua only has 2 Superior Court judges for a city in a jurisdiction that is as large as it is. In the past, there were 3 or 4. There's only 2. They are so busy. And so, you know, RSA 91A affords you a priority hearing expedited. They don't have time. They have an administrative rule called AO 2013-08. They don't really have an opportunity to follow it. So my first right to know case took 2.5 years. I just came out of court with a right to know case last year by July. That took a full 2 years to go through court. That's a long time. And with that comes a lot of costs, because the other side, when a city goes into court, they're not sending in their administrator. They're sending in a legal team. My last right to know, they put 5 lawyers against me. It was a huge team. I was alone. That whole case for 2 years cost me maybe $15,000 of my own expenses. The city invested $600,000 paying 2 outside attorneys to try to beat me on that case. That's a lot of money. I don't want to see that happen to citizens. So I'm a big advocate of this office. When it comes to metrics, somebody mentioned metrics. How do we measure performance? You know, I think one of the ways isn't just time to resolve, but how many of those municipalities used a lawyer to come in and represent them? And how many of those citizens required a lawyer to have their case represented? Because I think if you can show that office is operating with less legal tentacles working its way in there, then you are doing a great job of really making something citizen friendly. And trying to mediate and negotiate something that's to the greater good of both parties. You both got to give something to get there. You know, even when the court orders mediation and you're in a judicial process, a lot of times, I know twice there was mediation ordered. The judge gave 6 lawyers. None of them were ever available. Nobody's available. So, but I think going through the ombudsman, you're going to really have the opportunity to mediate. You know, and the idea that Justice Lynn brought up on consumer advocate, and then, you know, making using the ombudsman to give a position, and then being the individual to go into court, I'm not big on that, because I just see the burden in court. In the tie down and the cost and the demand on the judges and the individual. It's so personally stressful to represent yourself as a pro se litigant in court. I cannot tell you how stressful it's been. I paid $250,000 for my first lawsuit, and then after that I filed on my own. I said, never again am I going through that. And even on your own, I'm always up against 3, 4, 5 lawyers. It is so stressful. And I don't go to the ombudsman office because I happen to be in a city that, like Rochester, I think is really difficult. And I was a very big advocate of the ombudsman office. And I didn't want that gentleman to puncture both eardrums and want to drive a pen through his eye because Nashua was coming to his office. I really didn't want to see that happen. I wanted Nashua to stay away because I felt like what happened in Rochester would be exactly what Nashua would do up there. And I did not want that to happen. So anyone in Nashua that has issues, I don't encourage them to go to the ombudsman. But towns outside and through my right to know work, I really do encourage them to go to the ombudsman. Make a go of it. So I think we want to invest in this. I would like to see, like Attorney Belleville and Ms. Coco recommended, some paralegal assistance or somebody, even if it's part-time, half-time. And I know this budget is the state is under tremendous budget stress. But if it's possible, then I think it would be super beneficial. If it isn't, then we give it a go the way we're going, and we accept what we have, and try to, get this user guide out and do a few small things to drive improvement, and we let it keep working. I'm really a proponent of that. So I hope, I'm glad to see the 2 years. Wouldn't mind seeing it without 2 years and just roll and monitor. Monitoring is important. Always have a handle on the efficiency of government. So that's my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to know whether, in your view, the ombudsman currently lacks the safeguards necessary to protect individuals from retaliatory actions by municipalities or agencies. And if you do agree with that, what additional safeguards would you say are necessary?
Well, I would say I do agree with that, just because it wasn't necessarily foreseen when the administrative rules were put in place. What would I see? I don't want to see lawyers have open reign to come in there and obviously take control of a process that's supposed to be quasi-judicial and really be a mechanism for citizens to open records and mediate. I don't know how to word that or make that happen. I don't think I can give you a good answer off the top of my head, but I do think it can happen, and I do think I think in Tracy Walbert's case it did happen, and we don't want that to happen. And that may be an outlier, but it can happen. I believe it would happen in Nashua, which is why I won't go there. I will not take that mess to a gentleman's office that is run by one person. I just don't want to do it.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 111 FN? Oh, yes, Ms. Cregan, if you'd come up, please.
Good afternoon, Erin Cregan, General Counsel for the court system. Making a very rough effort to get some data for you, just for your consideration. We did a little manual count, spot count through the past year, and it does look like we have had a substantial decline in right to know filings in the Superior Court system since the implementation of this bill. I think based on an anecdotal sample of clerks, it looks like around 40 to 45 cases a year were filed, and that may be in our spot check below 10 in the last year, which is it's not a very large and popular case type, but it is a substantial decline percentage-wise, certainly. So I did want to mention that to you for your awareness. It does seem that many are choosing to participate in the ombudsman process as opposed to go to Superior Court as a result of having this option.
That's very helpful. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Kutab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know approximately how many of those 10 might have been cases that were being appealed from the ombudsman office?
It looks like it's under 5.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else who wishes to be heard on HB 111 FN? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 111 FN, and I'm going to open the hearing on HR 6. And I'm going to recognize one of the co-sponsors of the bill, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm going to be very brief because Caitlin's going to take over for me. But this bill is condemning the judicial doctrine of disparate impact. And you have a letter in hand, which Caitlin's going to go over with you a little bit. But I want to tell you how I ended up getting involved in this. First of all, I had to look up the definition. And disparate impact also is considered adverse impact, commonly refers to unintentional discriminatory practice. And that's the key word here, is that it is unintentional discriminatory practice. And the reason why, and after Caitlin reads this, you'll know a little bit more, but the reason why I ended up supporting this with Representative Belcher is because he approached me about a law enforcement case where it was, and he refers generally to it, that there was in an area of people of color, poorly educated, graduating from high school, unable to be read and write at an appropriate level, and someone applied to a police department, and part of the requirements is that you had to fill out the forms, and they were unable to fill out the forms because of their lack of education. And it ended up going to court, and I believe it is still in court. So they felt that the practice of, remember, I'm a nurse, not a lawyer. This practice meant that they had their policy of having to read and write these things was discriminating against them because they were people of color. I have a concern about another way that may have happened in the long past, and I'm talking probably 30 or 40 years ago, having had two firefighters in my family. There were certain rules around being a firefighter. I can remember one specifically is you had to be able to carry a 110-pound person out of a burning building. The other one was at that time that you had to be able to, you had to have a physical every year. And part of that physical was to make sure that you were able to do certain requirements of the job, being, for example, hook up the hose in a certain amount of time or that type of thing. And unfortunately, back then, women said that they were being discriminated against. Under this type of, it was totally involuntary. The reasons for these things that they required for this position were for the safety of the individuals and the safety of the community. So basically, they ended up, because of this, lowering the standards for the fire department in order to allow women to be part of it. So I'm going to let them read it. This actually came up in some hearings. The same type of thing came up in some hearings yesterday at the Senate. So I'm going to let her read this to you, please, Caitlin. And I apologize that I have to leave. And of course, Representative Belcher's wife is in labor. So I'll take a quick question, but you're probably better off to have Caitlin read it, and we can probably discuss it more after other people discuss it more in executive session.
Sure. Any briefly questions for Representative Perez? Representative Horgan, did you have a question?
Well, maybe it's going to wait for the executive session, but I just noticed the last line, he wants to transmit it to the President of the United States, who's not mentioned by name. The President's changed since he filed it to members of the Hampshire Congressional
I'm sorry, where are you?
Oh, on the actual resolution itself on line 17 and 18.
Okay.
And he named Honorable Chris Sununu, the governor, who's now no longer the governor. So would you prefer, I guess, in the executive session, address the issue of how we should reword it, whether it just be the governor of the state of New Hampshire, whether you want to actually name
It would have to
Honorable
be
Kelly
amended,
Ayotte. Yeah.
amended at that time.
So Representative Birch, but make it quick, okay, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You use the term unintentional, which I don't understand to be part of the disparate impact law. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
My question is, could you identify either where in the Griggs case or in section 703 of the Civil Rights Act is the word unintentional?
No, I can't, and I apologize. As I say, and if you read what Representative Belcher put forward, you can see that he is far more informed and literate about this particular case.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Other question? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank
All right. Representative Katab, do you have?
In the interest of time, does everybody want me to read this whole thing, or would everybody prefer to read this on their own?
I think we've read. I've read it. So.
We've all read it.
Okay, everybody satisfied? Okay, perfect.
All right. So next, Max Goddard. Mr. Goddard.
Afternoon. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. Disparate impact is a judicial doctrine that has been recognized for decades as going back as far as the Civil Rights Act, but as recently as the Supreme Court decision, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs versus Inclusive Communities Project Incorporated, a Supreme Court case in 2015 specifically intended to include and allow disparate impact claims. So first, I think it's strange that New Hampshire is, seeking through a House resolution to overturn judicial doctrines recognized by the Supreme Court. I'm obviously not a lawyer, so I don't understand if a state can overturn national judicial doctrines like that in the first place. But I think it's ridiculous to be overturning the idea that if a rule on its face seems to apply equally, but then the outcome is not equal, such as the rules that were placed on African Americans in order to vote before the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which were constructed in a way to appear on its face to be an equal rule, but in practice was quite discriminatory. And that is what the idea of disparate impact as a general principle is trying to address. I have additional concerns about the actual wording in the bill. The first sentence of the bill is, whereas the practice of univariate analysis for complex real-world phenomena is illegitimate and unscientific, which univariate analysis is looking at a problem in terms of one variable at a time, which anyone who's gone through high school science is a valid scientific method. Anyone who's done a Coke and Mentos experiment can know that looking at one variable at a time is a valid scientific method. Should all problems always be viewed through one variable at a time? Obviously not. But to say unilaterally that the practice of univariate analysis for complex real-world phenomena is illegitimate and unscientific, I think is just going a step so far removed from reality. It then goes on to say that univariate analysis produces conclusions such as thing one happened, then thing two happened, therefore the first thing was causative of the second thing. I think it's a dangerous idea to attack causality as a thing that can be known. Obviously, that thing one happened and then thing two happened, it is not in this little individual sentence here. It's not impossible that thing one didn't cause thing two, but to say that thing one happened, then thing two happened, therefore the first thing was causative is just an illogical construction used to then justify throwing out a decades-long legal doctrine that tries to address discrimination in this country. I'd love to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Representative Burt? Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HR 6? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HR 6. And I think basically we're done. I just so that I've my caucus is aware of this and your ranking member is aware of this, but just to let everyone know what I've told them. There's been a change in plans since first thing this morning. And the change is that in addition to the other hearings that I've already scheduled for the 22nd and the 29th, we will be having a hearing on Monday, January 27th at 9:30 on I believe the only abortion bill that is going to come before us. And let me get the number here. What is it? 476. HB 476. Which is I'm referring to colloquially as a 15-week abortion bill. So we will be having a hearing on that probably in Reps Hall, because I think I'm not positive on that yet, but I think that's where it'll be. And then we will be execing that bill when we're done with the hearing. So I want everybody to know that that's what's going to be happening on the 27th. All right, and with that, yeah. So you know, and I should say that just to follow up, so people don't. Since we're going to be execing that day, if for some reason you can't be here that day, if you're in the Republican Party, please let me know so I can get a substitute. And if you're in the Democratic Party, please let Representative Smith know so she can get a substitute. And with that, have a good evening and thank you all. Thank you all. It's great meeting the new reps, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you.